Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, an acclaimed tool to help you kick a pernicious bad habit. Fume is best described as a flavored air device, a completely analog implement that a user simply pulls air through. So what's the point? Well, the air is flavored and scented by way of interchangeable, disposable, and variety-filled cores. When you put an orange vanilla core into your Fume, therefore, my personal favorite, the air you pulled through will fit that description to a T. Start the year off right with the good habit by going to tryfume.com/sacred. That's tryfum.com/SACRED and getting the journey pack today. Fume is giving listeners of Sacred Symbols 10% off when they use our code SACRED to help make starting the good habit that much easier. Again, that's tryfume.com/sacred for Fume's revolutionary flavored air device. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 289. Oh my goodness. Are we getting close to 300 or are we?
Ooh.
We are. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend?
I'm good. Been working a lot. You know, same old, really. Nothing.
Doing parasol tricks with your umbrella in the back. I love making fun of that umbrella, even though I know it's clearly for light. But and those always, I've said this before, but those remind me of school pictures specifically.
Yeah,
the first time I ever saw that, I was like, "What the fuck is this?" You know,
yeah.
First grade or whatever, walking in, getting the laser background.
They're good lights.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, they're nice. Very good. Well, it's good to see you, my friend. You're looking fit. What's there on the right? Is that a cot on the? Because we have blurry pictures. What is that?
yeah. It's literally just a floor futon.
Is that where you lay in the fetal position when the life's getting too much?
Exactly. I shut all the blinds in my office. I shut all the electronics off, and I sit in that corner and I cry.
You cry.
If I wrung that out, it would just be all tears.
Good. Excellent. I love that. Salt mine, as it were. All right, my friend. Dustin Furman, executive producer. Very appropriate shirt today. Let me see. Anything going on interesting in the background? Not really today, but yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
New poster, but I put that up before the new year.
Yeah, and they can't really see it because it's in your head is usually there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing okay. You know, you joke, Chris, about laying in the fetal position in your office crying. I don't go that far, but I've had points where if Premiere is fucking with me to the point of absolute madness, I will sometimes just put my head on my desk. I need to take a breather for a minute or two.
Yeah.
I was almost there last night. I'm trying to optimize timestamps because we're doing them differently now, because it used to be Ben would write them all out. We're writing them out live on the air, but then I got to set them for the video and the audio. And I was trying to do this thing with Duke last night and it just kept fucking up. And I was freaking out. So, but I got through it.
We'll get you a crying cot. That can be arranged. That's easy. That's
I got this cot over here.
Right.
So that works perfectly well.
There you go, dude. That's when shit goes down. You I don't know, man. Sometimes you just gotta,
Oh yeah, that looks so comfy.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's super comfortable.
Oh yeah, you really just fell right into it. Well, I'm sorry. Do you have more to say, Dustin?
Just one other very important thing. A big change is happening for me for this show next week. I bought in-ear monitors to wear instead of headphones. I've decided
custom ones?
Not custom. I'm going to try. These ones are Shure in-ears that are $100, and apparently that's kind of the sweet spot until you want to start spending a lot of money. I'm kind of tired of wearing these headphones.
Yeah, me too.
As you guys know, there's a weird thing where they feed back after I wear them so long and take them off. That's annoying. I got to keep them charged. That's annoying. They eventually get uncomfortable after 3 or 4 hours. That's annoying. So I thought, you know what? Let's try the in-ears. So last week with these, I think I've worn these headphones almost since the beginning that I've been on the show. So
yeah, these are just the Pulse headset, so they don't need to charge or anything. They just have the little cord that it comes with because it's supposed to be wireless. But it's funny you bring that up because Ramon, our musician, my friend and the musician that does all our music, asked me recently. He's like, "What are you doing with your drums?" Because we would talk a lot about. I don't know if you can relate to this, Chris, but when I was a young musician, in middle school and high school, no one gave a fuck that I wasn't wearing ear protection when I was playing drums. It never even came up.
Yeah.
Why aren't you wearing it? I'm like, I don't know. When I would play with my band in high school and in college and all that, just never wore ear protection. We used to talk about that and laugh about that because obviously old musicians have tinnitus and crazy hearing problems. It's like a very, very common thing. There are musicians that have washed out because they literally cannot hear properly anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And so he just messaged me a few days ago. He's like, dude, why don't you just get molded inner ear, like custom things to wear in the drum kit? Because he's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I have a pair of noise canceling analog headset that like you don't even plug into anything, that you would wear at like a construction site. And then I put my earbuds inside of them, like my AirPods at the maximum level so I can play drums along with the songs. And he's like, you might as well not even wear headphones at all, since you're just blasting your earbuds with the actual
That is
music.
insane. It is weird how long I went without even hearing just basic sound safety stuff like that. Like I went to so many shows. Like I think I was like probably like 24 or 25 by the time somebody was like, hey, you should probably wear like earbuds to those things. And I was like, why? Like, what do you mean? Like I've never seen, I didn't see anybody doing that. No one told you to do that. It's strange.
Here was the first thing I know. I saw Billy Joel like 15 years ago at AT&T Park. And that was the first time I had seen with my own two eyes an infant or like a young baby being held with headphones on him. And I'm like, why is the baby even at a Billy Joel concert right now in the middle of the night? I have no idea why. Maybe you couldn't get a babysitter. But that was the first time I ever even considered it, because I've said before, I've been to well over 100 live shows at this point in my life, although most of them happen between ages 14 and probably 25. And you wouldn't really see that, like other people wearing earbuds, or like you wouldn't see that. And then as I got older, like you said, I would go see, like when I saw 311 the last time, or whatever, there were people with like little, just the airplane type things in their ears that you would wear, like the disposable ones. And I'm like, no. See, like when I go to a concert, I want to be blasted out so badly that I can't hear straight when I go. Like when you're, when you,
it only takes once, Colin. You're gonna regret that.
You put your head on the pillow.
Yeah.
And you like, it's just ringing. That's how you know you went to a rock show. If that's not happening, like if you're gonna muffle it and stuff, why bother?
we're gonna do the show. We're gonna do the show for another 10 years, and every single episode, Colin's going to say what? Like
what
80 times. Like what's he saying?
I was the same as you, Colin. Until I went to that Iron Maiden show where I was at the barrier. And then it's like, oh, cool, I have ringing in my ears at the first night. That's fine. And then the second night. And then the third night. And the fourth. And the first month. The second month. And literally, I think I had ringing in my ears for over a year. It's finally now not noticeable at all. Maybe my brain's tricked me out of it. But I'm just saying, it just takes one bad experience. And then you're going to go, oh,
that's
no.
crazy.
You have a panic when you're laying in bed a month later and you think, this is my life now.
Yeah,
this is the rest of my life.
That's actually, I love that you think the idea that your brain would trick you into not hearing it. Like it's like,
no,
like
that's
how
true. That's a real thing.
No, yeah, but like how it ignores your nose.
Yeah,
like I guess it's just part of my life now, and I can't focus on this. Yeah, I don't know. Like I went to the last show I went to. I put in they're like earbuds that you would put in when you go shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And honestly, like, I had a way better experience. It's weird because you can actually hear the music like clearer, and then also you can talk to people next to you very clearly too. It's very strange.
What?
Yeah, dude, it's so annoying. It's just like everybody. I've had so many conversations at concerts where I might as well have not had those conversations. You know
and eventually
I mean?
just
like,
go.
Just nod and just be like, please stop talking to me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's, I don't know. Maybe I will come. I just was more surprised with the drums specifically, where like my dad, I played drums for many years. It's like no one ever came in to my room because I had my kit in my room, where I was like, maybe you should. Have you ever considered wearing headphones or anything like that? It's like no one ever said. My drum teacher didn't say it. My parents didn't say it.
Yeah.
I used to play drums with my friends at their house. Their parents didn't say anything.
But the generation that raised you wasn't really concerned about that level of health awareness.
They weren't really concerned about very much of anything, to be honest.
So it's very different time. Although, like, I don't know, with guitar, drums are fucking loud.
They
like,
really
there's
are,
no real
dude.
way to quietly play drums unless you're just like a little prissy bitch.
Oh, I know. It's
brushes or whatever.
Brushes are cool. Brushes are so complicated to play with. I got brushes for Christmas one year, and I was like, I don't really even know what to do with these. But it's funny because I wanted to get a drum kit in San Francisco for so long, and there was nowhere to play. And people were like, get an electric kit or whatever. I'm like, dude, I appreciate electric kits. That's totally fine if you want to play on one of those, but it's not the same. And I do not want to replace one with the other. Like playing an acoustic drum kit, there's nothing like it. The feel, I think you could be almost deaf, and I'm not saying it because of what we were saying, but I think you could be almost deaf and play drums and know that you're playing them right. It's actually very similar to bass, where you can almost feel, if you know enough, you can almost feel that you're playing the right thing through your hand, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right, Dustin. I never like getting up at the barrier, like near the monitors and stuff in the stacks, because you're always getting overwhelmed by one instrument. If you're like if you see 311 and you're on the left side, it's all the guitar monitors and amps, you know, and it's like, I want to be like in the middle towards the back, like really in front of the soundboard, if you can be on the floor, because obviously they're in the ideal spot. But I don't go to many shows anymore, so, and I won't be able to hear them in a few years anyway.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to my friend Mike Patelli. You met him at the wedding, Dustin. It's by G.I. Joe Consigliere. He was impressed with the toy shelf back here, and he's like, you know, something really needs to be added to it. And he knows that, you know, I don't talk about it very much, but in the late 80s, early 90s, for a few years, I was a big Turtles fan, as everyone was back then. And Casey Jones was always my favorite character in Turtles. I love Casey Jones. Why do you think that's funny?
No, I was going to guess who that was, and for some reason my brain went Casey Anthony, and then I remember.
Casey, that's another one of my favorite characters for crazy women. And so he got me this cool figure for the back shelf, so I appreciate that. Really, really cool. What a great character. Casey Jones, the vigilante in the hockey mask, beating the shit out of people. Do you guys know the live action Turtles movie? He's so good in that. Like the rendition of him in that is so good when him and Raphael fight in the park. A Jose Canseco bat. Oh my God. Love it. So shout out to Mike. Thank you for sending that in. Appreciate that. It also came with different like heads. It's like a head here and it came with some hands. You can use them different hands as well. Toys are getting out of control, dude. They didn't make toys like this when I was a kid.
They had some of them I remember there were Spider-Man toys like that. Or Dragon Ball toys like that, because they were like fists and then they were Kamehameha hands that you could.
Yeah, that's cool. Paint. I like that. You guys were a little younger where you were starting, because we were buying them, but we weren't really playing with them, like the McFarlane style toy. Like that was, I think, so like Spawn, but then like the Metal Gear figures and all of that stuff. Like that was when I remember Resident Evil had a really cool line of really sophisticated figures. It was just such a jump, you know, from what we were playing. Yeah. It's so strange. And now we have these awesome toys. Anyway, we're totally off topic, but that's what Sacred Symbols is all about. Welcome. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, episode 289. So we are getting awfully close to episode 300. Very exciting. We've entered, let's see, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. This is our 7th calendar year of doing the show, which doesn't make any sense. And we go live each and every week. We appreciate you guys being here. Get it 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/LastDayMedia. Early ad-free access to all of our shows. The ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. Sacred Symbols plus access and so on and so forth. 15,500 plus now is the number of paying subscribers over on Patreon. We call that the Bradley Ellis effect. And we're so pleased to have him over there on Summon Sign. Now, Chris, you were on Summon Sign, our newest show, hosted by Brad Ellis, formerly of Game Trailers and Easy Allies. And did you have a good time? It looked like I was reading through the comments. The reception's really good. We have ourselves a fun little program here, don't we?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's nice to just sit and be able to actually like talk about what we're playing for like a really extended period of time. It feels like there's enough room and enough runway to really kind of get everything out there. And I think Brad's a great host. Like I feel like he asks all the right questions, you know what I mean? To keep things going. That was my first interaction with him. Like at all was on
both
that
you
show.
And Maddie.
Yeah.
He's a pro, dude.
Yeah, he is a pro.
Never met either one of you.
Yeah, he requested you guys. And so I'm glad he got that. And again, different permutations every week. I don't know when the next time I'll be on it is, but yeah, we're super stoked about the way Summon Signs, how it's performing. We're stoked for the success of the show. We're stoked for Brad. We love having him with us. So thank you guys for supporting that show over there. And it was good to have you on there, Chris. So thanks for making the time to do that. Of course, Sacred Symbols Plus. We do that once a week over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. We did a deep 2+ hour dive of Insomniac's leak, breaking that down. We did our fantasy critic picks and of course also the results. We did a fun episode where I gathered the JRPG boys. Those JRPG boys grinding and equipping swords. So I got there's quite a few people. By the way, I have a totally new. So everything goes back into that Southern man accent. And again, watching these Predator videos, one of the guys was saying that he's like, where did you meet these guys? And he's like, oh, I met them on she was just playing Roblox. and then they were like, so what are you doing on there or whatever? And he's like, oh, she's just drinking her orange juice. And so I'm like, dude, what the fuck is going on Roblox? Like, and now that's where people are chasing the children, is on Roblox. Protect them, Dustin, at all costs.
You gotta protect them. But dude, Roblox, that's a Wild West. Anything can go. There's probably drug deals going on somehow.
Yeah,
Roblox.
it's like the Silk Road runs on there or whatever. You know?
The kids' Silk Road.
Yeah, the children's Silk Road. Well, there is a episode. Fuck, what was it? It's actually kind of clever where there was an episode. It might have been Homeland or something where terrorists would communicate through an old PS2 game. Do you reckon? And like they would
Didn't
sign
that actually happen?
I don't know if it did happen or not, but it was in this show, like where they would sign into old games, and that's how they would communicate with each other. Like, and it's very, so kind of.
They're on
you say things like that, and you're like,
too.
I don't want to give anyone any ideas. You know, it's like, what was I talking about? How did I get on that whole trail of the Southern Man and the orange juice? Oh, the JRPG boys. That's right, the JRPG boys. So I gathered Brad and Gene and you, Dustin, and me, and we sat for more than 2 hours and just discussed Japanese role-playing games, the state of them, the past of them, the future, our favorites and least favorites, how we even interpret the term. That was a really fun conversation. I have a couple of interviews lining up, including one with a very, very, very heavily requested guest that I think is finally going to happen. Plus, I'm trying to get together with a guy who's a huge advocate of AI, because I am becoming so anti-AI that I'm becoming like radicalized the more it goes on. Not about basic AI, like, you know, what's the answer to this question, or give me this math. I don't give a fuck about any of that. But the AI in the way that it's coming out now. So we're going to have a cool, hopefully not adversarial, but challenging conversation on that in the next couple of weeks with someone who knows a lot about it. Merch can be found at laststandmedia.store. Shirts, hats, sweatshirts, stickers, etc. Free shipping on all stickers here domestically in these United States. And please leave us nice reviews on podcast services. Leave a comment on a video if you're watching it. You can follow us on YouTube, etc., and so on. Kenneth Brown wrote in. Said, hey, Sacred Dudes, with 2024 upon us, when can we expect announcements about live shows this year? A show on Long Island, maybe? I'm selfishly looking for something East Coast. I'll hang up and listen. Long Island, no. But New York City, yes. Sacred Symbols 300th episode celebration. March 24th, 2024. At the SVA Theater, School of Visual Arts in Manhattan, New York City. It's a Sunday, right? Sunday?
It is a Sunday, correct.
Sunday,
Palm
March 24th.
Sunday.
Palm Sunday, great. So come with your religious vestments on. And I remember my dad used to come home and they would take the palm, right? And they would make a cross out of it. You're not Catholic, but that's what, Chris, you remember this? And I
think so.
And then they would basically make them, and then you would stick them somewhere in your house. And before you knew it, as the years went on, you just had all these palm. In Catholic houses, anyway, you'd have all these.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when people would just randomly come in with the ash on their face, and everyone's like, "What's going on?" Oh, it's Ash Wednesday.
Right.
Gotcha. It's like there's something on your face. What's going on here? You know? Oh, that's Ash Wednesday. All right. So, Sacred Symbols 300th episode celebration. Now, it's not going to be the 300th episode. We're going to do a regular episode for 300. We do that because we feel like, first of all, this is an additive and extra product, but we're also missing an episode when we do that. And it's not really great to listen to in audio only. And, you know, not everyone can attend. So we're going to do something separate to celebrate our 300th episode. So again, we'll have more details on when the tickets will go on sale. I don't know, next couple of weeks, I assume. Dustin?
I would think so. It's all being worked out because we're going to have VIP. We're going to, you know, there'll be normal tickets as well. It's going to be, I'm so excited for New York. I haven't been there in so long. And so it'll be cool to gather everybody in the Big Apple.
It's crazy. I walked by this theater so many times. It's a bit weird.
Well, now we're going to play it. Yeah. SVA Theater, Chelsea, New York City, Manhattan, March 24th, 2024, Sunday. Mark it down on your calendars. More soon on that. We hope to see you there. By the way, I think almost everyone's coming beyond the family, right?
Maddie and Cog are not.
Right, because they'll be at PAX.
They'll be at PAX.
But I think Brad's coming, Dagan's coming, Gene's coming.
Yep.
Ben will obviously be there. Who am I missing? I'm missing someone. Mike will obviously be there. So, all right. Exciting times.
Mhm.
So there you go. There's your answer. And a few people wrote in about that. We'll have more shows later in the year too, but this is going to be our big East Coast show for the year. So if you are anywhere near New York City and you want to come on down, boy, and drink your orange juice. It's gross.
Oh, man.
All right. I don't know sometimes, Chris. You know?
Yeah, no, nobody knows.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, I just realized it's going to be March, so it's going to be like good weather.
Hopefully,
it's going to be that like nice time to be at the city. It's not going to be too freezing. It's not going to be too sweltering. That's a good time.
March should be good. You're right. I mean, yeah, March/April, September/October, good times. October/November, really.
Yeah.
But now with all the climate change stuff, I don't know if it's actually happening or not, but it feels like it kind of is. And it's like, who the hell knows?
Yeah.
What's going to happen? Again, I was sweating to death at my wedding on October 28th. Okay. Let's see here. Anything else to say before we get into the topics of discussion? Feeling pretty good today, to be honest. Had a good night's sleep. Rush got his teeth cleaned yesterday for the first time.
Any removals?
No removals, no
Good.
extractions. But what was weird, so here's the thing though, Boston's are all fucked up. I mean, they're not natural creatures at all.
Yeah.
And so we don't know if this, like how this could have happened, but he's missing 3 teeth. And like, they're not entirely sure, like, did they just never come in or did he miss them? And I'm like, so we don't really know for sure. We're like, that doesn't really make any sense. He's only, he's going to be 4 in a few months, but he's too young to really be losing teeth in my experience. And no teeth got extracted, which indicates to me that there was nothing really dangerous going on. So it seems like he just didn't get all of them. And it's because they're so compacted and strange, you know? And so he's just been out of it ever since he came home. Like, he's like just staring off into space almost. I'm like, what did they do to you, boy?
He's all drugged up and they stole his teeth and pretended like they didn't. That's what happened.
Exactly. He loves going to the vet for some reason. We have a separate leash that we bring, like that we use to bring him to the vet because we have to leave it there. And it's like just a red leash we take out of a drawer somewhere and he freaks the fuck out. And he loves going.
That's strange.
Yeah. And I think it's because he gets so much attention.
Oh.
There's just so many people.
Yeah.
Because he knows some of the people in the neighborhood and he knows my family and stuff, but he really doesn't see very many people. He probably thinks people are somewhat rare, you know? And so I think he gets amped about that. You know?
I love that idea.
Yeah.
Like that to a dog, other humans are completely like they're rare. It's rarefied air to see them. That's crazy.
Exactly. So I think
you're
he gets
like
amped up.
the community in The Last of Us, like that's functioning. And he thinks that outside it's like, oh, it's not all that common out there.
Right. Exactly. He doesn't know that it's
like the giver.
The whole wide world out there.
Giver. Yeah, it's funny because he sees black and white too.
Yeah.
I love that book.
That's a great book.
I remember nothing about it other than a plane. Like they saw a plane or something. Right?
Is that what it was?
I feel like that was the thing, right? They saw the plane and they were like, oh, it's modern time. I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a long fucking time.
It sounds like The Village.
Whatever.
Yeah, that is The Village.
Oh yeah, same shit.
Well, it is actually kind of similar.
Yeah, The Giver is about that society where like they give you jobs when you're born, right? Or whatever. And then but there are people that it's like a totalitarian society where people are born into these structures in which they are kind of sent off to do certain things. And this one person becomes like the protege of the giver and he can see color and all that, right? Isn't that what it's about? That's what I remember.
Yeah.
No, that's Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius.
Fair enough. That was Lois Lowry, right? The Giver? Yeah, shout out.
Yeah.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, an acclaimed tool to help you kick a pernicious bad habit. Learn more now at tryfume.com/sacred. That's FUM. And start your journey today. So Sacred Symbols has had a lot of sponsors over the years, and I'm appreciative of all of them. And the numbers tell me a lot of you guys support our sponsors too, which is awesome and something I also appreciate. But every once in a while, a sponsor is featured on our show that speaks to people on a deeper level, to the point where they reach out to tell me. Fume is one such sponsor, a flavored air device that's resonating with Last Stand's audience to the degree where I have listeners DMing me unprompted about their positive experiences, grateful for the exposure to something revolutionary. Such a ringing endorsement speaks for itself, but let me get you caught up on just what Fume is, what it can do for you, and why you too may find it appealing. As mentioned earlier, Fume is best described as a flavored air device, a completely analog implement that a user simply pulls air through. So what's the point? Well, the air is flavored and scented by way of interchangeable, disposable, and variety-filled cores. When you put an orange vanilla core into your Fume, therefore, my personal favorite, the air you pulled through will fit that description to a T. Whether your taste fits more with raspberry lemon or sparkling grapefruit or one of Fume's variety of other core types, you'll find that Fume is so popular because for many, it replaces a very specific bad habit with something completely neutral. No vapor, no tar, and no burning because you can't even turn your Fume on, plug it in, or charge it. That's how all natural and easy to use it is. But even if cessation isn't your own personal quest, and frankly it isn't for me, there's a lot to love with Fume, and it typically accompanies me here at my desk as I write, record, and otherwise work through my days and nights. Well made of wood and metal, affordable and full of delicious flavors instead of harmful chemicals, Fume awaits. Will you join our audience members who I'm hearing from who are having a positive experience? Start the year off right with the good habit by going to tryfume.com/sacred. That's tryfum.com/sacred. And getting the journey pack today. Fume is giving listeners of Sacred Symbols 10% off when they use our code SACRED to help make starting the good habit that much easier. Again, that's tryfume.com/sacred for Fume's revolutionary flavored air device. All right, let's get into some things here. Start sad and solemn as we sometimes do. Robbie wrote in. Said, hey dudes, the holidays gave me a bit of a shock in the form of a separation from my wife. Now I'm lacking the drive to play any games or do much of anything as I process what the hell is happening. What advice do you have for a partially broken man to enjoy his hobbies again? Whew, that's tough. The holidays, separation, what happened? I feel like I need more information, Robbie.
Yeah.
Because your outlook on this, frankly, depends a lot on how it occurred, in my opinion. Were you deceived and like left in the lurch? Because if so, then you have to fucking rally right now. You got to rally and get out of the hole. But if you were the executor of the separation and you're just shook by it, then that's kind of a different feeling, in my opinion. We always say, in fact, on the show, when we talk about relationships, it's almost harder to be the person that breaks up with someone than to be broken up with because you have no choice. So I feel like that we need more information on this. It's a very sad situation. You said a bit of a shock in the form of a separation from my wife, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Chris, what did he do? What did Robbie do?
I don't know, man. I think you just have to sit in the boredom for a really, really long time until you just can't stand it.
Right.
And then you just can't, you're just sort of like forced to be like, well, I got to do something. That's usually that's how I've experienced that a lot, where I was just like, I'll sit and do nothing. I won't have the energy. And then at a certain point, I'll just like snap it. I'll be like, I gotta play something at least, or like watch something or go outside or just do literally anything. But I don't know, man. It's a sad situation. A shock like that, like around the holidays, like that terrifies the hell out of me. That this is the kind of shit that like keeps me afraid of that entire chapter of life. Quite frankly, I'm just like, oh my god, I don't want to deal with this ever. Yeah. If I can avoid it. Yeah. Good lord.
Yeah. What is your? We don't talk about it very often on the show. Like, what is your status right now? Are you dating?
I'm looking around.
Yeah.
Shopping.
Looking under rocks. Shopping around.
I don't know. I'm at a point where it's like, yeah, I would like to maybe accelerate into the next point in life, but also like, that's terrifying. And that's a lot of weight and trust to put in another individual for a very, 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 very long time. Where like I don't know, man. I don't even know if this planet will be here in 10 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
So
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, so I hear you. There's probably a woman listening to this right now, one of the 10 that listen to the show. And she's like, "Oh, Chris is available and it's going to happen for you. Some beautiful woman is going to fall out of the sky into your lap."
No, I've got an eye on something, but I don't know yet.
I see. Okay, good. Shopping around, figuring things out. It's very exciting. All right. Robbie, is for you not so exciting.
Yeah, sorry, Robbie. Oh, fuck. Welcome to Sacred Symbols.
Oh, God. Robbie, keep your head up. You don't have to provide more information if you don't want to. It's really not necessary at all, in fact. But
what I was going to say, Colin, is that he needs to... I think it's okay to just take time to process. It is still, you said it happened over the holidays, undescript time, but it's only January 11th. I'm not saying to sit around forever and wallow, but a major shock has happened to you. It's going to take some time to figure out what your life looks like now and figure out what your next course of action is. And maybe eventually in a little bit, the games will be a comfort. But
yeah,
I think you don't need to be afraid of maybe just taking it easy for a little bit. The games will be here for you.
Yeah.
When you need them.
Get lost in eventually, you're not ready yet, I guess, but eventually you'll get lost in a game and you'll be thankful that it took your mind off of it. I think of Greg Miller and Infamous all the time with that. He got divorced from his first wife when Infamous came out, and he wrote a really popular editorial that was pretty well known at the time on IGN about how that game helped him survive that. And I wonder if you'll find a similar path for yourself through it, Robbie. But be well. Sorry for laughing at you. Jordan Faldudo wrote in and said, no pressure. He has a request. But can Chris please start saying, I hope World Peace will get released this year? He needs to start using those powers for the good of mankind. The world is indeed falling apart. How far do your powers extend, Chris? Do they extend to the ethereal plane of existence itself?
I think I don't know. I feel like it's almost like dream logic where if I'm going to will something into existence, I have to believe in my heart that it's possible. So this is probably not going to happen. I can't pretend like world peace is achievable.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, so
it's really not. So
sorry.
Sorry about that. The United States' only chance, isolation. Let's go. We should. Yeah. They keep talking about the wall in Mexico. Let's just build a wall around the whole fucking country.
Oh,
like the ice wall in the Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to fly over it. And maybe a little connection to the village where you live an isolated life outside of the rest of the world.
Yeah.
People should play Twin Breaker. It's about a future where the United States becomes isolated from a world war that everyone else fights, and so everyone else kills themselves, and then the United States invests in this crazy space program and goes to space, and somehow Chris and I are in it.
Yeah.
Story.
Yeah. Somehow we're in it.
It
somehow Palpatine returned.
That's the classic right there. I did it before that.
Yeah.
It's funny though, because it all spawned from Please Protect Chris, which was a prototype that Barry was working on. That was a brawler starring Chris. And so I still want to get back to that at some point.
It's funny. It's a funny idea.
Yeah. The whole idea was Chris trying to get to a podcast recording. But he had to fight his way through Los Angeles. Like all these different funny things would happen on his way to Santa Monica, but it never came to be. All right. Nick Cage Stan wrote in, says, hey there, cockboys. This question is mostly for Colin. As we, the listeners, know, you are a diehard Jets fan. I am a football fan myself, more college than pro. And I was always wondering, how do native New Yorkers choose which team to root for when there are two teams for each sport in the greater New York area? How do you choose between the Jets and the Giants, the Yankees and the Mets, the Islanders and the Rangers? Thank you for the great content. Keep up the amazing work. It's a common question. And the answer is that there aren't really two teams for each sport. It is territorial, though there is plenty of crossover between them. So Long Island really has its own teams, per se. And those are the Jets, the Mets, the Nets, and the Islanders in their respective sports. The Nets moved to New Jersey, and then they moved to Brooklyn. But the Nets actually began as an ABA team on Long Island in Nassau Coliseum, the exact place where the Islanders started playing back in 1972. So the Mets used to play at Shea Stadium. Now they play at Citibank. That's in Queens. That's on Long Island. The Jets used to play in the Polo Grounds. That was on Long Island. Then they moved to Shea Stadium. That was on Long Island. It doesn't exist anymore. Then they moved actually to New Jersey, which is where they play now, where the Giants also play. The Islanders play in Nassau County on Long Island. So that's how you basically select the teams. But the important thing to remember is that there's tons of crossover, especially in certain sports. There are a lot of Ranger fans on Long Island. There are a lot of Giants fans on Long Island. There are Yankees fans on Long Island. I was a Yankee fan. And a lot of that is also inspired by birth. I should be a Mets fan, but I'm not. I'm a Yankees fan, although I'm very passive. And that comes from my parents. So if you go back, and their parents really, a lot of it, and Chris would know this especially, a lot of it still goes back to the Brooklyn Dodgers. And the Dodgers, who play in LA now, used to play in Brooklyn, and they moved. It was it was the first famous case of a team leaving and going somewhere else, and people freaking out. The Mets came in that vacuum. And so a lot of people, not only on Long Island are Mets fans, but people who were fans of the Dodgers but didn't want to become Yankees fans became Mets fans. So there's all sorts of weird shit like that going on. The Nets playing in Jersey for so long picked up a bunch of New Jersey fans. So now there are a bunch of Devils fans in New Jersey, like Ramon, who are also Nets fans. It's complicated, but it really is territorial. in its own way. Really, the Giants, the Yankees, the Rangers, who I fucking hate. I hate the Rangers. I hate the Rangers so much. I hate them so much. Those are really New York City's teams.
Mm.
Yeah. The Knicks. That's the Knicks and the Rangers play in Madison Square Garden in the center of New York City.
Yeah.
You know, the Islanders play on Long Island. You know, so like they're not both really New York teams. One is a New York City team, one is a Long Island team. I hope that explains it. I know this has nothing to do with you guys, and it's probably a boring thing, but people ask this and wonder this so much. That is the answer.
Yeah.
It's not and so there's all sorts of crossover. I knew Yankee fans, I knew Mets fans, I knew Ranger fans who I hated, I knew Islanders fans, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. I remember growing up, the Yankees and the Giants were like a big. I didn't really know why or care, but
yeah, in Westchester and in upstate New York and kind of that southern part of Connecticut, they're really New York City sports fans.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know?
Westchester. That's where my family was.
Mm-hmm.
It was in Yonkers. So yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking about it. I'm so upset that I didn't pick it up when I was just in New York. But I said before I left, I was like, I got to get a Yankee hat. I should because it's just for heritage reasons. I never picked it up. Maybe I'll go pick it up when we're back in town for the show, I guess.
The Yankee stuff
boys
for
are
you,
back.
The boys are back in town.
The boys will be back in town. Well, you two, because you're New York boys. I'll just be there.
Yeah, I want to be clear, like, and this isn't a Long Island supremacist thing, but I don't really consider myself a New Yorker. Because that to me implies I'm from New York. I love New York. I was born and raised in New York, but Long Island is its own thing.
Yeah, it's a separate entity.
You know? So, because
it's also fucking like people don't really understand. Like it's weird how close it is, but also like how far. It's almost like the distance between the city and like Long Island from like a spiritual perspective is almost the same thing as like you in Santa Monica and me in Burbank in
right,
LA.
Totally.
Like we're close, but like you might as well be in a different state. Really, it's crazy.
The problem with Long Island is there's really only very limited ways on and off the island, and it's so crowded. And
yeah.
I don't know. But anyway, I hope that answers the question. So tons of crossover and all of that, but it's not just a pressure cooker mix of teams. Like it's not really like that. That's not really how it works. If you're a Jets fan, there's a really good chance you're an Islanders fan. There's a really good chance you're a Mets fan. There's a really good chance you're a Nets fan, and so on and so forth. Okay. Chris Evans wrote in. Isn't that a famous person? Chris Evans?
Yeah, that's Lucas Lee from Scott Pilgrim and also Captain America, I guess.
Captain America. Okay. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. Hey, CDC. This one is mostly for Colin, but we'll love to hear from Dustin and Chris as well. I'm surprised you don't want to hear from Chris more than me about this, so we're going to all talk about this. Some big news from the YouTube and gaming world came this week as Matt Pat from Game Theory has decided to retire from hosting on his channel and hand off those duties to others on his team. This hit particularly hard for me as he was really my entry into YouTube and gaming-centered media and entertainment. This got me pondering on whether you yourself have ever thought about a time in the future where you might like to hang it up and what a Colin-less LSM or sacred symbols might look like. Thanks for everything you guys do. So I saw this circulating. He was actually trending on Twitter, #1.
Yeah.
I have to admit this. I know the name Game Theory and all that, and it's not like a hipster thing. It just goes to show you how big the space is and how vast it is. I really have no fucking idea who this person is. And I actually watched the first video I ever saw of his was his goodbye video. And I kind of scrolled through it and listened to it, and it was interesting. So it just goes to show you, and he was way bigger than anything I've ever done, but there's just so many people doing this stuff. It's amazing. Yeah. And they are eventually going to, and they've already, it already kind of happened. I mean, I don't know if this is totally true, but Lacey your ex and a mutual friend of ours retired from YouTube right after being mega famous on the platform. That happens to people, and people move on. I think about with athletes, athletes are interesting, right? Because they get forced out by the game, but the game never really forces you out because it's all self-starting. You'll just start to decline into irrelevance. And I think a lot of people have to ask themselves if they want to stick around for that. And it seemed like he kind of had timing to go out on top. A lot of athletes do not go out on top. A lot of athletes have horrible, like, it's not like Peyton Manning when he won the Super Bowl and then retired. For every one of those, there's a million of these guys trying to hang on one year too many and washing out, getting hurt, having a horrible thing. Even people like Russell Wilson potentially playing themselves out of being in the Hall of Fame, or considered for the Hall of Fame by how long they've stayed around, which is so interesting. And so I wanted to ask you, Chris, about this and how you felt about it. Specifically, if you ever think about when you know it's time to hang it up, because the one thing I know is that I don't want to hang around to see my own obsolescence. And that will happen. I've said that many times to people in my family where they're like, oh, you have this great thing going and and I'm like, I hope it lasts forever. I mean, that would be awesome, but that's not really the way entertainment works. And you have to kind of know how to, revolutionize yourself, reinvent yourself, stay around, provide talent. Maybe we're going to be one of those rarefied things that stay around for decades. But I'm also in my mind prepared to know that one day it might not happen for me anymore. And so this guy seems to have understood that at a very high level, which I can respect. So I'm wondering what you think.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing it for a long time. I didn't necessarily watch a lot of Game Theory, but I watched some videos a long time ago. So I've been familiar with him for a while. There was always that joke where that's just a theory. Yeah. And we were always, but yeah, I mean, he's been doing it a long time. I'm surprised he did it this long, to be quite honest with you. I thought he would have booked it ages ago, but he was just in that Five Nights at Freddy's movie as like a cameo thing. I know that. And I think now is probably a good time. It's interesting because we're really only now in the wave of people who have been around for that long, who started in that time period. Not necessarily like 2008. Like a lot of the people who were around in 2008 and popping in 2008 have already retired by now. Like I think, I don't know if Lacey retired. She just kind of stepped away. Like she wanted to do like actual like education stuff.
Right.
But she was around for a long time before that, and it's like there seems to be like a time frame, right? Where now the people who were popping up in 2013 are it's 10 years. It's like I'm good. It seems about right. I don't know. It's I can't pretend like it affected me because I wasn't like a massive fan or anything. I respect them, but
but I wonder if it just made you reflective of your own career. Like that, because I think I'm very self-aware of that. I don't know. Maybe you're not. Maybe it's not even self-awareness because you not being that is an insult. That's not what I really mean. But this kind of thought of it, I think about that. I know I'm on some sort of clock. The only thing I can't see are the numbers. But I know the clock is there.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, it's like looking at your health bar. Yeah, it's there theoretically, but like ooh, but. I don't know. I think about it sometimes, but I've also been so aware of just how drastically things have shifted for me and how I've gone from one thing to another. Like I started doing music and then I started doing commentary and then I started doing comedy and then I started doing this, like podcasting. So like, I don't know, like I'm not really that worried because I feel like I can just kind of do whatever I want. And like, as long as I can make a living for myself, I'm fine. Like I don't really care about being so relevant that I'm trending or anything. Like it's not really, that's never been important to me. In fact, it's always been the thing that I like the least about doing any of this was like, I would have preferred to be behind the camera in the first place. And the only reason I was in front of it is because I didn't have anything else from other people to edit and like fuck around with. So like I can take or leave any of the relevance really. Like it makes no difference to me. As long as I can still make a living doing the stuff that I'm good at and stuff that I want to do. Like maybe I'll do music, going forward. Like I don't know.
Well, it's funny because I almost in my mind interconnect the ability to make a living with the relevance part of it because that's just a sliding scale. Like
yeah,
I agree with you in the sense that I've said it before, I'm a fastidious saver. I like living below my means. I always prepare for the worst thing. I'm always waiting for the other shoe to drop. I've always lived like that. It's a really unpleasant thing because it kind of never lets you live in the moment, but I've prepared my life in such a way where I'm trying to make it so that if I can wash out or whatever and be okay at some point. Right. And
yeah,
but I hope that I get the choice to make that pull as opposed to being forced by the market to that. Although I don't know, Dustin, I want to get you in here. Like there's this other idea that there are entertainers and performers that just stay around forever or just keep doing what they do. And because we've made these micro communities online, it really is up to us. And there is kind of a wide berth. This is kind of what Chris is saying, like a wide berth of popularity where you can still extract a living out of a much smaller footprint. And that's what we do now. I reach orders of magnitude fewer people doing this show than I did at IGN. Like not even fucking close to the amount of people, but that doesn't matter because we've been able to monetize it and make a good living on it. And so maybe that just never goes away. And I don't know. And you're younger. I mean, you're Chris's age, around Chris's age, but you have been in this the least amount of time. So your mind's probably not even remotely in this space, on the other hand, because I've been in the space for 22 years,
right?
And that's just it goes back to the 90s, but stuff I've been paying, like since I've been a professional, it's crazy, 22 years. So you do start to think about it a little bit at that point.
Yeah. Well, I think Colin, I'm in a similar mental space, and I've talked about this before, where I'm always thinking about what my next move is if the shoe drops for some reason. Something happens. We've joked about if you were to die and then we can't make the company work, what do I do? So I understand that headspace. I think that what's cool about MatPat, and also this also happened to that YouTuber Tom Scott, if you guys know him.
Yeah.
He uploaded every week for 10 years, and he did an awesome video where he was like, this is it. He let, like, people knew in advance that he was going to retire. And then at the end of the video, he joked, he's like, I thought about making this sappy and then going off into the sunset. And you know what? I'm going to do that. And then he strapped himself to a helicopter that suspended him, and they flew him into the sunset. It's an awesome video. But in both of their cases, what was really wise about how they've done things is that they've both set up really successful brands and companies. And so while MatPat is retiring, he's still going to be involved in his company and be helping plan videos. And he mentioned that Going Away video that he's getting into doing like a lo-fi horror series on YouTube. So he is mainly just retiring from game theory. And maybe, Colin, that's kind of the answer, that someday for you is that ideally you set up something, you set up a formula and a brand, and eventually you can kind of let it go and still, gather money from it, gather, influence, whatever, let it go. And then you can kind of focus on other things. I think that's kind of like the ideal situation. But yeah, it's funny, Chris, you were saying about how these are 2013 YouTubers that are now at the point where they're moving on. And it's funny and it's sad that it's like YouTube. And this isn't even, we're in a different space than these guys, but it's such a grind mentality that if you truly want to be great, and if you truly want to not just make some money, but a lot of money, you need to give your entire life to it. And the format's always changing. And I think about these two guys, I'm like, these dudes worked so hard for so long. And MatPat, he mentioned that video that Game Theory's most successful month was like last month or something. So, these things don't happen overnight. And so when I see that in him retiring and like being able to like oversee things and kind of take on creative projects, I'm like, good for him. He hustled. He made 4 incredibly successful channels over however long he's been doing it. And good for him to be able to step away from like that. But I think it's only certain scenario or certain cases of people that can do that. Because a lot of times with the way YouTube's set up, it's like, you might be able to make money off the residuals, but unless you got a lot saved or something going on that you can oversee, then it's over. So it's an interesting situation to see these people retire. I'm guessing that more are along the way. It's kind of that time where if you've got the money or if you've got the system, maybe you're tired of giving your entire life for that long, and you want to be able to, I don't know. MatPat talks about, he's like, I want to be a dad for a bit because I give every waking moment to my channels. And
he said something really, really cogent that I thought that really struck me actually in part of the video I watched, where he was saying that he and his wife, who I guess worked together, and have like kind of did all of this together. It's like, well, I'm married to our coordinator, and he said something like, well, I'm sick of having dinner and we're talking about like business and all that. I'm like, yeah, that kind of is what happens to Micah and I already. And our business is so much smaller and it's growing, but it will come. It's like dominating our relationship in some facets. And you do have to accept that because it is good money and it's a good living and you want to earn it and it's fun and it's an honor and it's all those things, right? Like,
absolutely.
So but I know that feeling of being like, when is it time? And I'm nowhere. I feel personally nowhere near that time as a creator, specifically because I don't know what I would do. Like if I had trust me, if I had like some really great idea where it's like, this is your new calling, you're going to become a fucking Benedictine monk, or whatever the hell it is. And then you go off and you do that thing. It's like, well, I don't have that. I don't know. I kind of love video games, like I love PlayStation. I love talking about games and playing them and analyzing them. I love the industry. And so there is no answer to that. And until there's an answer to that, that's not even really something that I'm thinking about, like shutting it off. But I do, to your point, Dustin, think about the diversification of the company and how important that is. And I think we're more diverse than ever. And I don't mean by race or gender or anything like that, although we're diverse there too. But I mean in terms of like who's doing what and what relies on me. And actually, almost half our programming really is not about me at all. It has nothing to do with me. And so the balance is kind of coming into that frame, like you're saying, where I can maybe step back one day and become truly just the CEO of a much bigger media company, or go and focus on Lilymo for a while, or do something else. But I don't. It's funny. This is fucking dark, but I sometimes have this thought. It's not dark. I mean, it makes sense. You have people like Gene and Hogue, our buddies and our good friends, getting sick, and lethally sick, right? And I think about that and I was like, damn, what would happen if I got cancer and I was in chemo or I was doing this kind of stuff, and I'd probably be down and out. It would be a horrifying situation. And knowing my own mind, I'd probably be so scared and everything like that. But part of me was like, even in that situation, I'd like to think you would just still do Sacred Symbols every week. Even if I didn't write it or host it or something like that, like I would still just, because it's part of you after a while. I imagine it's like the way Letterman felt when he left CBS, or the way Leno. We know Leno felt that way when he left NBC. There was all that drama around it, about not being able to do something else, about not knowing what else to do. And if you're a fan of the show, it's almost like where you want the creator, like me to be, is like in a space where I feel pretty happy in my life and I feel productive, and I don't really see like there's anything on the horizon that would indicate that we would stop. So yeah, but I'm definitely reflective of that eventuality. And I know it. That's why I love the analogy of the clock, in which you're on the clock, but you simply cannot see the numbers. Or maybe you can't see the hands, however you want to use the analogy. Maybe you just can't see the hands. Maybe the numbers are there. You can't see the hands. So great question, Chris Evans, and great job as Captain America.
Yeah.
By the way. Nathan, Urquidez, help me with this one. Chris, do you know how to say this one?
That's a unique name. I've never seen that name.
Urquidez, let's say that.
Yeah,
it's Urquidez. Sounds
Yeah.
Hispanic to me, or Spanish, whatever. I don't know what the right term is.
Yeah, Urquidez. It's probably, whatever.
What was it? Ramon said something to me where I'm really cognizant of the word Hispanic now, because I think we were talking back and forth. And I'm like, oh, like, so, it was something about him being Hispanic. And then he said to me, oh, I want to be referred to as Latino now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I never even really thought about the difference. Okay.
Yeah.
So now every time I say the word Hispanic, I'm like, am I using the right word?
It's fine. It's really about, I can't remember exactly, because it's so funny because it comes up so rarely, because a lot of my friends and family are that, so we never have to refer to it in that way. It never comes up. But I think Latino refers to if you speak Spanish, basically. But even that's an interpretation. So like, it's whatever. It depends on the person individually.
Yeah, because I guess
like I'm fine with both, really. Like,
is Hispanic for Hispaniola? Like, I guess that would be what it was. Which isn't that what they called Cuba or something back in the? I don't know.
Yeah,
I can't get lost in these weeds. I just wanted to say that I have no idea what word I'm supposed to use anymore.
Okay,
all right, so yeah.
So here it is. Hispanic refers to a person with ancestry from a country whose primary language is Spanish. Latino and its variations refer to a person with origins from anywhere in Latin America, Mexico, South or Central America, and the Caribbean.
Okay, gotcha.
So like, you can be both technically.
Right. Because really, the modern day, like the conquistadors were white,
right?
I guess with remnants of the.
But white is Spanish still. Like, it's like,
right. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. In our hemisphere, we look at Spanish or Hispanic as like darker skinned, but that's from the indigenous population, I think. And I think Latino speaks to the melding of those two things. I'm way too white to be talking about this, though. I have no idea. Nathan, back to you. He says, hey guys, Just letting you know that you have at least 2 Sacred Symbols listeners at GEICO. I was wearing my Sacred Symbols t-shirt in the break room and had an awesome moment with a fellow listener. Just thought I'd let you know that your scope of influence has reached the world of auto insurance, and we're listening to you while walking the aisles next to pictures of British geckos. Please give a shout out to Cody. Take care. Cody, shout out to you. Cody at GEICO from Nathan at GEICO. Very cool. Love that. Hope we're not being too distracting.
Yeah.
If you were feel free to play us out loud at GEICO.
Very loudly.
Yeah.
Also, I can't help it. Like, I mean, it's a nice ride-in, but what does this do for me? You gonna get me free insurance?
Yeah, that would be nice. It's like our guy at Adidas that like hooked us up with, like that's a great point. We need insurance rates.
A nice sentiment? No.
Yeah.
We need product. We need product, okay?
No, dude, like car insurance is fucking insane. Like it's so fucking expensive for no reason. Oh God.
Oh my goodness.
Help a brother out, you know?
I have saved not owning a car for all these years so much money.
Oh yeah.
Just
easily.
There's no way.
But without a car, if you lose everything, where are you gonna live? See, that's your little. See now you fucked up.
This is why I watch Steve Wallace on YouTube so I can learn how to stealth camp in the most unusual places.
I actually, unironically, and this is like a real thought that I've had. Like I thought about just getting a van and just like renovating the hell out of it, like a big van, like an RV or something. Because like I have friends who do that, who like are loaded because they just don't spend money on like anything that like the vast majority of like deep costs that the average person has, just like having a home or even just like having an apartment or anything else. It's like, it's amazing.
Dude, rent is such a trap. It's horrible.
And they're so happy. It's crazy. And they have internet. They have everything that they need.
Right.
I don't know. It's a real... I've been thinking about it because it's like, that doesn't sound like a bad thing at all. Especially to be able to drive your house wherever the fuck you want.
I watch those videos on YouTube. There's this old guy that like does these, basically has people on the show and they give you a tour of their thing. And some of them are like, Mike and I make fun of them because some of them are like, how you can live in a fucking Honda Civic or something. I'm like, dude, you're homeless and you live in your car. But then there are people that like live in a bus with like beautiful, like $500,000 build out or whatever on it and everything in between. And it does sound very romantic, you know, like, and I don't mean like romance, I mean just like almost. Romantic. Yeah. Like you're just nomad and you got Starlink and all these things to like keep you connected and you're just living out there and you got solar panels and I don't know, there is something cool about that, and you do probably save a lot of money. To me, if I were younger and in a different position, it's like, I would look at that as saying like, I'm going to do this for 2 or 3 years and just stash all of my money and use that as a down payment on a house or something. Right. And that would be my plan. But I wouldn't want to do that in perpetuity because the sad thing is you see a lot of like, what we don't use this term in the United States, but like pensioners where it's like old people basically living on Social Security. And what if you can get to that point and you have a little bit of money put away and you're kind of in good shape, you can kind of just live on your $1,500 a month or $2,000 a month from Social Security and just be like, okay, I live in a fucking RV and I'm just hanging out, drinking past.
It would never be a in perpetuity thing, but like, I don't know. Like I looked at it for like, maybe for like 5 years. That'd be kind of cool. Like, and you'd save, and it's just an interesting, I don't know, there's something really fascinating about it that's like weirdly alluring to me. It speaks to, like, I feel like I have a sense of adventure, but I don't want to be camping in the fucking woods, you know what I mean? So it'd be cool to just like drive in like basically a studio apartment to like the woods or like a mountain or like fucking any city. I don't know. That's appealing as hell to me. So,
and when shit goes off the rails, you'll have a place to be, you know,
I'll just speed away.
Unless the EMP goes off, you got to get like an older vehicle that doesn't require.
Well, there's way bigger problems if that's the case then.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not even really remotely worried about the RV. If an EMP goes off, it takes out every single electronic on the Eastern Seaboard or fucking the entire country, you know?
My dad dead ass has an old car. Like he has a few old cars because he likes old cars, but he has a car like specifically for that reason. Like put in his garage in case the EMP goes off, like earnestly.
You say you're not.
Now you understand where I come from. You know.
You say you're not a New Yorker, but you said dead ass in earnest.
Yeah, that's true. Dead ass is like an interesting term, isn't it? All right, let's move on. Nathan, thank you for writing in. All right, news, smaller news items. Although this first one this is like I don't know, man. What is going on with people out there and the way that they speak to other people on the internet and towards other people and about other people, like totally unprompted for no reason whatsoever, just for existing. I understand if you go after people or are a little upset about people because they're assholes or they do this or that, the other thing, but a person just existing and just doing their work or whatever. So Kotaku wrote about this, but a lot of other websites did as well. Stephanie Tyler Jones was an actress and model. She's actually not working anymore. She does like other stuff now, but she is the face model for MJ in Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2, and presumably Miles Morales, I guess, as well, although she's not really in that. And she wrote this really distressing thing on Instagram that I wanted to talk about just briefly. She wrote, "Dear Spider-Man fans, I appreciate the love for my role in the Spider-Man games and the positive response to my version of MJ has gotten over the years. However, I am no longer an actively auditioning actor or model. The shoots I do now are purely a creative outlet for myself and a way to collaborate with friends I love. Over the weekend, some followers crossed boundaries. One even went to the extent of calling my workplace and leaving multiple voicemails wanting to speak with me and requesting I call back, which is unacceptable and considered stalking. My skincare page is not for Spider-Man or MJ fans. Bottom line is that I came into work this morning and immediately felt unsafe and uncomfortable hearing these voicemails. Please respect that I am a human being trying to make a living just like you, and I kindly ask for boundaries not to be crossed. Messages will not be answered. I will block you if this makes you feel uncomfortable, and you can unfollow me if this disappoints you. Thank you." It's not to say that this is like the end quote. It's not to say that this is like the end of the world or whatever. It's just to say, use this as a reminder that the person that you're aiming things at is a real person, that it's peculiar that she would want to hear from you, where she is featured in a game played by tens of millions of people, that you are the one that needs to talk, that you're the one that needs to follow up and try to get in touch with people. People need to learn boundaries. One of the unfortunate things about the internet is that it's made people feel way too comfortable with people that they do not know. The unfortunate reality is that a lot of the things we do are one-way streets, and that sucks because it would be really cool if it wasn't that way, but it is that way. And so you can't assume that someone knows you like you know them, or the assumptions you make about them are accurate or whatever. I just don't, when I saw this, I was like, this is so strange that someone needs to say something like this. So it's not to make a mountain out of a molehill. It's just to say, use it as a reminder if you're one of the weird ones out there. Some of you are out there, you know? Anything to say about this before we move on?
This is about presumably what were they spamming her about?
It's unclear. Just in the, maybe for an interview, maybe, I don't know. She's unclear about that. But just
I think I know what it is. I think I know it's people being weird about, oh, she doesn't look great in the game. Oh yeah,
because they like, right. Everyone was saying that they made MJ look like one of the writers or whatever.
Yeah, this bothers me for so many reasons, but not the least of which is there probably is a real conversation to be had. It's like, why are certain studios so good at translating their actors into their engines, and why are certain studios kind of bad at it? Because I do think it's objectively true that MJ looks weird in Spider-Man 2. I think also like a lot of the characters in Spider-Man 2 look just a little bizarre, to be frank with it. And there's a real conversation to be had there. It's like, I wonder why certain studios are really good at that. Like I was actually watching gameplay of or cutscenes of Mortal Kombat 1, and I was actually like stunned by how good like the translation of like actor to in-game model was. Like I was just like, wow, this is like really fucking incredible. Like everybody looks like real, and then you look at the actors and it's like, yeah, that looks like them. And then I can't help but like be aware of the fact that when you look at this actress and look at the model of MJ, it's like something's lost in translation here. I don't know exactly what it is. And it bothers me because that's actually a genuine conversation that you could have, but you can't have it without having this weird, almost like light that attracts these weird moths. They're like, yeah, she's fucking ugly. Let's go tell her. It's like that's not what this is about though. And I don't know. It bothers me that it limits conversations that we can have because it just like it acts as like a beacon for freaks. That I really lament that about the internet lately, where I feel like there's a lot of stuff that I would like to make fun of or like lampoon or even just make videos about that I feel like I don't even want to deal with the audience that this is going to attract. So I just won't do this.
Yeah, I agree with you. we'll get into it a little bit later, but I feel like you can really see it on Twitter, especially with just it's in some ways a more dynamic and interesting place than ever, but it's a place where I couldn't imagine being a participant anymore. It's like not even an option really, because it's good as a consumer if that's what you're looking for, but I don't know. Twitter's lost its two-way street shit as well, I think, in some way, which made it special. But Dustin, do you have anything you want to add before we move on?
I have no envy for people that are in the spotlight, I guess. And it's funny because we have a small niche amount of notoriety, and that's like the perfect amount where we're able to be totally normal. Sure, every once in a while someone will message us something stupid, but yeah, it sucks that that's the reality, is that you could have the opportunity to be Mary Jane in one of the biggest games ever. And, that should be nothing but a positive experience. But then you have morons that go and do crazy, stupid stuff. And I don't know, there's really, it sounds defeatist. It's like, well, there's nothing you can do about it because there's always going to be morons and creepy people and weirdos. But I guess the only thing we can say on this show with the platform we have is like, don't do that. You're being weird. Don't be weird.
Stop being weird, I guess, is the message. That most people don't need to hear that message, but some people do need to hear it. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's kind of silly because part of what makes the internet fun is the memes and the chicanery and all of that, but it requires like a better caliber of like of principle as well to use to like make it better overall. So like we know where everyone's coming from, but I just think that's hoping it's going to detract to the lowest common denominator, like no doubt. So we're just in that reality as it adjusts, I guess. But stop harassing MJ.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's move on to some other news here. Video Games Chronicle wrote about this. This is interesting. So the CES Consumer Electronics Show just occurred. CES used to be before E3. I mean, it's existed concurrent, and E3 is gone. CES existed before and after, and might really take the role in some way of these. I was thinking about that recently, of some of these companies like Sony that have a big presence at CES every year. They might use that more to say more about games than they typically would. If I recall, I'd have to look this up, and I'm pretty sure Nintendo PlayStation was revealed at CES, right? Like in 1991, something like that. So it's an interesting little connection there. Nonetheless, at CES, they noted during a press conference, it's Sony's press conference, in which they showed a car, by the way, that Honda's making with Sony, in which it could be controlled by a DualSense controller. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Oh my God.
But and they drove it onto the stage with the DualSense controller.
And then the battery ran out.
And the battery ran out.
It was really embarrassing.
And so that's what happened to the Titan sub probably as well, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh, poor Titan sub. I still can't believe that they went all the way down there in that little rickety thing. Nonetheless, PlayStation had 123 million active users on the PlayStation Network in December of 2023. This is an all-time high. And according to PlayStation, this clocks people that went on PlayStation Network and played a game or used a service. So played a game or used Netflix or YouTube or whatever. Dude, that's awesome. 123 million users, including a few million stragglers, as we noted a few days ago, or a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Insomniac leak, about the fact that people are still on PS3 as well, by a couple million, few million. So shout out 123 million active users on PSN in December, an all-time high. But speaking of controllers, I don't know if you guys saw this make the rounds. Push Square wrote about it, although many other outlets did as well. On Best Buy Canada's website, something was posted called a PlayStation 5 V2 DualSense wireless controller for $90 Canadian. So that's probably still going to be $70 or $75 US. And there are certain things here, the little bullet points or whatever. It says the stuff you would expect. Compatible with PS5, dynamic adaptive triggers. But there's two things that people noted. DualSense charging station included, offers easy click-in charging, and more importantly, exceptional 12-hour battery life on a full charge, supports long gaming sessions. Dustin, no more dusty DualSense. Perhaps this is an interesting leak I don't know if they would announce this during on a PlayStation blog post, or if this would be something you'd fold into a state of play or something, but here it is. People are wondering if this is an accident. I mean, I'm sure it's an accident that they publish it, but they wouldn't make this up out of nowhere. So DualSense V2, any interest?
This frustrates me. I mean, I'm glad because it is much needed, but it shouldn't have been needed in the first place. And the reason why I'm frustrated in particular is that last year I bought a DualSense Edge, and I would very much like to have a bigger battery. Dude, I know that I have the docking cradle thing, so I get it. You know, when you're done playing, put it on there. But man, the DualSense Edge, if you don't have one, if you just have a regular controller and you think the battery life is bad, boy. And you're paying $200 for a controller that is the experience is turning on your PlayStation and then seeing the one bar left. That's the experience of having a DualSense Edge, which, don't get me wrong, I love having it because I love having the back buttons in particular. That makes it basically essential for me now, that I love having those so much. But I guess this is a good thing. So for everyone who's bought DualSense, bought your different colors, and now you want better battery life, well, fuck you, I guess. Go buy this other one. And interesting that it includes the charging station. It makes me wonder, $90. So the standard DualSense right now is is it 60 or 70?
I think it's 70. I got my newest one for 45 because it was on sale on PlayStation Direct.
Yeah.
But I think I'll look real quick, but I think it's $70.
I think it's 70, yeah.
Nice. I that seems like it could be a decent value that it includes that as well, because I consider that an essential purchase of all PS5 owners to get that charging station, because plugging in your controller all the time directly to the console or any other thing like that is really annoying, and the charger's nice. So the fact that it includes that is good. But yeah, dude, it's so funny too. Think about all the people that just got the Slim PlayStation. They're like, oh sweet, I'm good to go. I've got new controller, the better PlayStation, and now there's going to be a better DualSense, which I guess that's available. I wonder, will the PS5 Pro include the better DualSense?
Yeah, that would be nice. That'd be interesting. By the way, I looked this up. White and black controllers standard are $70.
Okay, so you're paying 20 more.
Yeah, the nice, like the ones with the different colors, are 75 for some reason.
The tax, the color tax.
The color tax.
Color tax, yeah.
They had to pay for the dye.
Red is $5.
Red is
That's
crazy. It's crazy if you think about it.
But yeah, what do you think, Chris?
No, I mean, good. They need this. It's very jarring. We'll talk about it a little bit into what we're playing, but I'm playing certain games on PlayStation right now, and then I'm bouncing back between, PS5 and Series X for, GTA 4 and some of the games that I'm trying to platinum right now. And it dude, it really is night and day with controller battery. Like it's honestly crazy. Like the DualSense, I had to buy 2 DualSenses just to be able to play wirelessly for a decent period of the day. Like I had to. I swap between them at least once a day, with very little exception. It's wild. It's wild, and so they desperately need this. So I support it. It sucks for anybody who, just got it, but I mean it's kind of like. It's kind of like anything where it's like, all right, well, we have this now. Imagine if they had the capability of building it, and then they were just like, well, it wouldn't be fair to the people who don't have it. It's just how things go. So I'm glad it's finally here. A respectable battery life for this fucking thing.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to just phase out these controllers and make this just the new standard over time. And
they should.
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense. I have to say, though, I have experienced in rare moments bad battery life on DualSense, and I know that it does have bad battery life, but maybe it's because I act in cognizance of it, but I always just, like, when I get up and I'm after playing for a few hours and I'm like, I'm going to go make something to eat or just go dick around on my phone for a few minutes, I just plug the controller in. I guess I'm always just cognizant of it. Whenever I'm not using the console, the controller's plugged in. It never just stays on a table or whatever.
Well,
and I do wonder if people do that. People do that, where they're like, it's like, plug your fucking controller in.
That's why I got my second one. The second one is always on the control on the plug, and then like if I'm playing with the other one, I'll play for a little bit, and then I'll shut the whole thing down, and then I'll put the normal controller on the table because the other thing's charging. So if the other one's gonna run out of battery, then it's like, okay, well, I have a full one to switch to at a moment's notice. But I don't know. There's something about having your ready. There's something about having your Prime controller hooked up to the console all the time that just kind of sucks. You know, like I don't know. Like it might be like it's a very first world problem in more ways than one. But
no, it does. I mean, it does suck. It does suck. I mean, it's not acceptable. It's the worst part of the DualSense for sure. So yeah,
easily.
And everything on this show is a first world problem, really.
This is the first world podcast.
Yeah, basically. Tell me about it. I'm looking at PlayStation Direct. So it's interesting. I'm not logged in right now, but on the PlayStation accessories thing, it has Portal and Backbone 1 next to each other and the access controller. And it says add to cart, add to cart, add to cart. But for Portal remote, it says to sign in to buy. So I wonder if you have to have like a PSN account, or like there's still some sort of scarcity there. Man, some of these racing wheels are fucking expensive. Holy shit. No, this is a nice clean website. I don't really ever look at it. I'm only here when like something drops. That's a nice little website. All right, let's move on. PlayStation blog posted a couple days before we're recording. Helldivers 2 PC specifications and crossplay support details revealed. Helldivers 2 is imminent, of course, on PlayStation 5. We can't wait to play it. And at least I can. I don't know. I want to speak for anyone else. February 8th on PS5 and PC. So first of all, I saw some people complaining about this, like not knowing that this was happening, where it was coming to PC at the same time. And I'm like, this is what first of all, I don't know why you care. Second of all, this is what you need to make these games work. It must happen. And they've telegraphed this. This is going to happen more. I would imagine Fair Games might be another one of those, or Concord or one of them. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So 2 things to talk about. One more interesting than the other, I think, for us. More interesting for us is that Helldivers 2 supports crossplay. So PC and PS5 will be able to speak to each other now. This isn't a PvP game, so this should be good, right? There's like no reason you should not want to participate in that, right? I mean, you'll have more twitchy teammates, but they can't turn their guns on you. Or I mean, they could. It's Helldivers, I guess, but it doesn't seem like this is a big deal. So it won't unbalance the game. So there's that. But also the PC specs. And I wanted to go to you guys. Dustin, what do you think of these specs? What do they say? I mean, are you going to play on PC or PS5? And are you interested in what's going on here as we approach February 8th?
Yeah, this is a game that I will be playing on PC. That's where I play multiplayer games primarily. And everything I've seen from this game looks great. Looking at the specs, this isn't fully my area of expertise, just because I kind of get really into different specs when I'm buying a computer and then kind of ignore it until I have to again. So right now, my specs looks like I'll be in the 1440p 60 FPS mode with my 3080. So they seem maybe a little on the heavy side, but it's always hard to tell. And dude, with PC gaming the last few years, these specs really I wouldn't take them as gospel when the game comes out, because the game, anything's possible with PC games. It can come out and be complete shit and just doesn't run well for even the people that have $3,000 computers, just if it's not optimized well. But also it could be, fine. So we'll wait and see until launch. I'm definitely any PC game. I never will pre-order a PC game ever again after how there's so many different issues that happen. I got one complaint here I don't know whether this is for PlayStation or for Arrowhead. If you release a PC focused trailer, it needs to be in 60 FPS. And that actually kind of was interesting to me. That maybe I'm wrong. I'd love to someone write in a correction, but I searched Helldivers to 60 FPS on YouTube. And while some of the trailers may have the YouTube marker that says 60 FPS, I haven't found any gameplay for this game in 60. Not saying that it's going to be 30 on PlayStation. It just is odd to me. I want to see what this thing looks like on the highest end PC with a PC trailer. And you don't even have the trailer at 60 FPS. So that's something very niche that only hardcore people are going to care about. But it just seems that the PC trailer is for the hardcore PC people. So make it look good in 60.
How are we feeling? Do we think Helldivers 2 is going to be good? And do we think it's going to do well? Chris?
I feel like it's going to be enjoyably serviceable. I don't know. There's a feeling that I have about it that I can't quite get out of my mind. And I think it's largely because of the presentation that they've done of it. Like Dustin says, it's like, it's weird to not have it's weird that every single trailer of this game is in 30 frames, or in some ways, like, I don't know, it looks a little bit less than that sometimes. Like when, I don't know if you got that vibe too, Dustin, or I don't know if it's like the frame pacing or what, but every time I've seen it, it looked weird and jank in a way that I suspect it probably isn't, like at the highest, settings. And I don't know. I foresee this being not necessarily a huge flash in the pan, but I expect it to be a fun time. I don't think it's going to be a bad game by any means, but I don't know if it's going to set the world on fire either in any real way. But I'm very curious about it. I'm definitely going to be playing it on PC. Maybe I'll stream it. I think that'll be fun.
Nice.
But
yeah, it's 40. It's going to be $40 too. Yeah, you guys should play together.
Yeah, let's do it.
Chris,
I'm totally down for that.
You know what this reminds me of, or I guess what I'm getting flashbacks to, and maybe
Returnal?
why I'm a hair cautious. What?
Returnal? Are you going to say that?
No, not Returnal. I'm worried that all the gameplay I've seen where you're running around shooting stuff, and I know they've done a deeper dive trailer showing some of the systems. I'm worried about the systems being a detractor from this game. I think about Back 4 Blood.
Yeah.
The trailers, the gameplay looked really fun. And then when you get into it, you're dealing with a card system and stuff. And I know Helldivers 2 doesn't necessarily have that, but I want to know. And again, there's that deep dive trailer. I watched that a few months ago when it came out, and so I don't remember it as much, but the gameplay of this looks great. I just hope that the things around it aren't annoying.
Yeah.
But I hope it's awesome. I think that there's just maybe a little bit of there's a lot of unknown, just because usually a multiplayer game like this, like Back 4 Blood, had betas, and so people kind of got a taste of.
That's true. Yeah. I feel like we know comparatively very little for a game that's coming out very soon, which is, right. It's a point of concern. I'm not going to pretend like Dustin said, I'm probably not going to pre-order this. I'm going to wait to see. And if the risk seems acceptable, I'll get it and we'll stream it. Dustin and I will stream it. I think it'll be fun. But something that caught my eye, I don't know if this, so maybe I'm reading this incorrectly, and I hope to God that I am, but under the specs infographic that they gave, right, it says storage 100 gigabytes required. HDD, 100 gigabyte SSD on the other ones. What the fuck does that mean? Does that mean that this is a 100 gigabyte game? Is that what that's suggesting to me?
Well, I guess yes.
Yeah, it's presumably
because I understand, like, that's what that means to me when I see that, but I also can't fucking fathom that being true for Helldivers 2. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't register to me as like this. How could this game possibly be 100 gigabytes?
Well, and it's a $40 game, so you kind of expect it to be. You could say it's budget pricing, so you might think it might be a budget in its
like
scope.
Half. I assumed it would be like half of this.
Yeah,
I don't know. That struck me as bizarre. It's like, that's a lot of hard drive real estate to demand of people, especially on consoles that have like a very, very low amount of space to begin with. So it's, I don't know. That struck me as very bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know. That's actually a good point. I haven't seen it come up on the PlayStation Data Twitter account yet, how big the package will be on PS5 when it's uploaded. It hasn't been yet.
Yeah.
And when it gets uploaded, we'll know, and then that will probably be in people's hands. I'm sure Gene will get it. We'll probably get a little bit of early information from him, but I'll pre-order it, but I'm going to pre-order it when it's time to preload it. I'm not going to do it beforehand. And I don't know. I don't have a knowledge of the space, like the multiplayer space, really requisite to know what's going to resonate with people. I think that Sony is giving this game the best possible opportunity it has by, like the original Helldivers, putting it on PC and PS5 at the same time. And I suspect that it will do fine.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I can't read the cadence of Sony anymore because they do so few PR beats. and they do very few previews. Not that we do either of those things, but just observing them, where you can't really read into their confidence or lack of confidence in this game. I will say that they release so few games out of second party now that this is going to have a lot of attention on it, and that better be fucking good. And I think it's going to be. I think this game has been in development for so long that I really truly believe that they went in and basically like, well, let's AAA eyes this as much as possible, or AIs it. Let's say, let's get it third person truly, and all of the rest. Dustin, it looked like you were going to say something.
Well, you bring about previews that sparked something. I searched Helldivers 2 preview. I don't know if anyone has gone hands on with this game at all. I'm not seeing any, like an IGN, like we played Helldivers 2, nothing. So it really is mysterious in that aspect. It kind of concerning that no one's played it. I mean, people just played Suicide Squad, and that wasn't necessarily a good thing. So I wonder if they're being careful, or this is just secretive Sony.
Who knows, man? I don't know. We'll play more February 8th, and we'll have more to say probably beforehand. And maybe they'll be, I mean, we still have a little less than a month at the time we're recording. So maybe they are planning a beat at some point, and we'll have more information on it when it's closer. And they're really trying to take advantage of people pre-ordering it at that time. All right. This is a notable thing that people have been pointing to. So on PlayStation's website, there is a page called The Biggest Games Coming to PS5 in 2024. And you would expect to see a lot of the things on here. So it's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, which, by the way, got reviewed as the time we're recording this, and apparently is very good. I might check that out, actually. Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League, and Stellar Blade, The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, which is right around the corner, Helldivers 2, Dragon's Dogma 2, Concord. So all these things we know. Tekken 8, Pacific Drive, Forever Skies, the casting of Frank Stone, Rise of the Ronin. But then Metal Gear Solid, Snake Eater, Delta, and Silent Hill 2 is also on this list from Bloober Team, alongside other games that we know about, Foam Stars, Grand Blue Fantasy, Relink, etc. So more telegraphing. Remember last week, Dustin, we were discussing the telegraphing of the positioning of games on this list on PlayStation blog, where some of them had dates and some of them didn't, and they seem to be wedged in where they were expected to be released. And I think that we're going to find that is going to be true. This is another telegraph. Without really releasing a PR statement or saying much about it, we're getting confirmation of a Metal Gear Solid release this year, which we knew about. We knew about Delta, and we know it's multi-platform and all the rest, and it's Metal Gear Solid 3, reimagined or remade. But that's coming this year. And I think more interestingly, Silent Hill 2. And there is some word out of Poland. I think a Polish publication spoke to people at Bloober Team saying that they were going to start talking soon. So how are we feeling? Maybe a little bit more fleshed out with these third-party games later in 2024.
Yeah. Smells like a state of play brewing to me. Which I think there was rumors just in the last week about that. And it's kind of, I feel like it's obvious they're going to do something, maybe not a huge showcase, but start to talk about some of these games that they've got deals with to promote, both Silent Hill 2. Metal Gear, I'm not quite as sure, because that was on the Xbox showcase too. So maybe, I don't know what their deal is there, but yeah, it's about time. There was that story last year about Bloober Team kind of, it felt in a way passive aggressive, where they're like, we know you want to hear about it, but it's not really up to us.
Right.
So it seems to be brewing. I'm skeptical actually about both of these games to a large degree. I want them to both be awesome, but we've talked on the show many times about Bloober Team's mixed track record. I know some people love some of their games, some of them not so hot, but we're talking about Silent Hill 2 here, which is many people's like one of their top games of all time. That's a heavy weight to carry. Are they up for it? We'll see.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about this, Konami kind of reigniting a little bit. Obviously, Metal Gear not exclusive, but Silent Hill 2 at least timed exclusive. So it gives PS5 a little bit of pop. And yeah, you're right, Dustin. They have to start talking about like when Foam Stars is coming out, when fucking Stellar Blade is coming out, and all the rest, and Concord, and they need to start talking more. So I suspect so, because they've been particularly quiet, and clearly the plans have changed materially over time to some degree. So maybe they're just, we should be talking about The Last of Us Factions right now, or The Last of Us on the Line, as we know it's called. So, Chris, how are you feeling? Konami games coming en route. Are you excited?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to know more about what the year looks like, I think, more than anything else. Metal Gear Solid, I'm more skeptical about Metal Gear Solid than I am about Silent Hill 2. Just because I remember playing the Medium and being in the beginning of the Medium feeling like, oh, this feels like a modern Silent Hill. This is sick. And then it immediately got worse. It immediately got terrible. But it felt like it felt like Silent Hill. And so as long as they like stick to that blueprint, like I'm really not that worried about Bloober Team handling Silent Hill 2, because I really feel like the worst that they can do is write their own stuff and fuck up their own stuff. I feel like as long as they go by that blueprint, they'll be fine. Metal Gear Solid is another one where it is a main concern of mine, just because I don't know, we went over it a little bit when it was first revealed, how there's something about Snake looks like a cosplay. And like it doesn't. Something
yeah, it was something about his headband, right?
Well, his headbands always looked like weird. I remember a lot of renders of Snake where it looks like his eyebrows are his headband. And it's like,
right. That was the conversation we were having. That's right.
Yeah, it's weird, but it's in keeping. It's just like he just doesn't look like Snake to me at all. And so like that's whatever. It's a really small nitpick, but I don't know. If they stick with it. If they change as little as possible and they just spruce it up, maybe modernize the controls a little bit, maybe they'll have something pretty solid. I'm just a little bit more skeptical of it, just because it's a Kojima game. It's a big deal. No offense to Silent Hill 2, kind of a way bigger deal.
Yeah, no doubt.
So we'll see. I don't know. It looks great. Like visually, I think it looks pretty nice, but that doesn't really say anything.
Colin,
yeah.
This is a good point to bring this up. I saw this popped up while we were recording. You talk about Konami coming back, just announced Felix the Cat and Rocket Knight Adventures through limited run coming to PS4 and PS5. I just put a link to the tweet that's just dropped a little bit ago. So
wow, cool. Yeah, Felix the Cat was a late NES game.
Yeah.
And Rocket Knight, wow. Yeah, Rocket Knight was on PS3, right?
I'm trying to remember.
I don't remember Rocket Knight.
Dude, Rocket Knight rules from Sega Genesis, dude.
That's what am I thinking of?
They might have re-released one for PS3. But yeah, I mean, this is to my understanding, just in looking briefly, let's see, the press release here.
I'm sorry, Rocket Knight is a 2.5D platforming video game developed by Climax and published by Konami for Xbox 360, PS3, and PC. The game was released worldwide in 2010. That's what I was thinking of.
Okay.
Rocket Knight is a revival of the Sparkster series, which began with Rocket Knight Adventures. So so it looks like so that's cool. So these are the old. I didn't even know it was based on anything, to be perfectly honest. But I wasn't a Genesis guy.
Yeah, the original's on the Genesis.
Yeah, so this is great. But limited run games, don't know if I'm gonna be able to support them. I think I'm gonna be able to resist. Personally, I've lost you guys because I pulled this up. Oh, there you are. Okay, I couldn't see you anymore.
Oh, the pixel art lost. The pixel art looks really nice, actually.
Dude, yeah, Rocket Knight is a sweet Genesis game, and these are collections too. That Rocket Knight Adventure, Sparkster, RKA 2, and Sparkster. I don't know about those, but the original is a really cool Genesis game.
Every time I see Felix the Cat, though, I think of his horrifying Thanksgiving Day parade float or whatever.
Oh yeah, I don't know about this one.
No, did we bring that up on a?
Yeah, we did.
We talked about Thanksgiving Day. Hold on, Felix the Cat.
Yeah, because it had like a very horrifying Thanksgiving Day parade in like the 1930s or something.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine that thing coming down the street.
Oh my god.
Goodness.
Well, this will be interesting. I mean, I'm happy for Konami. Konami, in the future, if you want to re-release these awesome games as you guys have been doing, consider working with a company that doesn't fucking suck. And you'll probably get more. I'm reading some of the comments. I mean, I'm sure they're going to do fine, but a lot of people are not pleased with them working with a limited run, and they shouldn't be, because those guys are clowns. Okay. Back to CES news. So 2 things were shown kind of in randomly. It's really unclear what were being shown in one of them. So I'll leave it to Video Games Chronicle to kind of describe a little bit. Gravity Rush. So Gravity Rush, or Gravity Days, as it's known in Japan, was a Vita game that was then released on PS4, and then it got a sequel on PS4 and so on, Gravity Rush 2. And it's a well-received and well-liked niche PlayStation product from a late Studio Japan. And we know that they were working from a couple of years ago, actually, when we talked about it on the show, that they're working on some sort of film adaptation. They showed some of the film adaptation in a sizzle reel at CES, and it doesn't look great. But it's like, first of all, just the look of Kat is like, it doesn't seem like she has the red eyes and all that. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I don't know. I'm not that impressed. I don't know what they're trying to do with that. The other thing they showed, which was more mysterious and a little more strange, was Patapon, which was an old PSP centric IP that was well liked. And they showed footage of a Patapon project labeled, according to Video Games Chronicle, IP development gaming / anime. It's unclear if we're seeing a game or some sort of cartoon product here. Probably a game. Patapon's a little bit of a strange thing to return to. Obviously came out early in PSP's life cycle and had a few sequels. And we are getting, remember, they are doing that Patapon successor, Ratatan, we talked about a few months ago. That was kickstarted to like the tune of a ton of money. So people are excited about its return. Maybe this has something to do with it. I don't know if you guys have anything to say about either of these things, but I did want to bring them up that they did happen. A little bit of a glimpse of the Gravity Rush movie, a little bit of a glimpse of a mysterious Patapon, potentially game product. Anything to say about this, Dustin?
The Gravity Rush footage is definitely weird looking. I'll chalk it up to being like early stuff, because they brought it up, right? Because they were talking about technology, and they were saying like, oh, look at this tech that we're able to do all this kind of cool stuff with. Gravity Rush is such an interesting choice. I don't know. All of their other choices have to do with the synergy of what they can do with, games. And with both Gravity Rush and Patapon, particularly Gravity Rush, this is a dead IP where they tried to bring it back with Gravity Rush 2 and it kind of didn't do much at all. And so I wonder if this means that they're thinking about doing more Gravity Rush stuff. Maybe they'll see how this movie or whatever does. The Patapon stuff, that one little clip of it looks really cool. I played a little bit of the original Patapon, but I like the idea of making it different and doing this cool 3D version of it. But it'll be, it's going to be conflicting with the reboot at the same time, where it's a reoccurring thing where a reboot, a spiritual successor happens. It gets a lot of press. It's exciting. And then the company that owns the original IP is like, oh shit, I guess we should do something with this. I mean, this is what's happening with Suikoden and Konami. And so I'm curious, are the Patapon fans out there? Clearly that Kickstarter did well. So I imagine this will do well also.
Yeah, I just can't, I don't know, man. I can't believe that maybe we're getting a little bit of a glimpse of Sony that is not tied to the things you were saying, that like the synergies and the necessity of getting tons of money and all that. Maybe they see value, or maybe they're seeing emerging value in exploring smaller things again, or at least more silently, more quietly, more affordably. The thing about the Gravity Rush movie, I'll kick it over to you, Chris, is I don't think the look is right at all. I don't know why you wouldn't do an anime. The game itself is beautiful. I mean, it's a Vita game, but when it was ported to PS4, they up-resed it obviously a great deal, and it's a pretty game. I mean, it's a stylish game, and you could do something like that again. In watching Castlevania on Netflix, which we've been doing, we're now in the 3rd season. It's like, this is so beautiful. Like, you could just make a game that really looked a lot like this in some sense, and
yeah.
I just don't know what they're doing there, but PlayStation Productions has been pretty good. So I want to I think they have earned the benefit of the doubt at this point, between Uncharted, which I thought was good, The Last of Us, which is excellent, and Gran Turismo, which I thought was good. So
Twisted Metal,
which is right. Twisted Metal, of course, which is good. So yeah. I'm like, okay, I mean, cook away and see what happens. I don't mind. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And then as far as the Patapon stuff, we'll have to just see more. But do you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of experience with Gravity Rush or Patapon, so like, I mean, I know Patapon from back in the day. I played very, very little of it. But as Gravity Rush, it just strikes me as a strange choice. But I like you said, I mean, they clearly have some idea of what works and what doesn't. So like, I do think maybe they've earned the benefit of the doubt on that sense, in that sense. But it's still like there's something deep in me that's like, that's a weird choice for a movie. I don't know. I don't see it really, but maybe they're right. They've been right before.
They got to give Kat red eyes. Doesn't she have red eyes?
I think so.
I don't remember.
I got to look this up now because like that was what stuck out to me. Gravity Rush. Although, like you said, it's not done. Yeah, she has. Yeah, she has red eyes. I mean, that's what I remember about her. Yeah. Okay. So let's get that fixed.
Whatever they showed was like really, really fucking early. So I'm not really worried that like what we saw is indicative. It's more just like Gravity Rush to me seems like more of. It just seems like more of an interesting thing to play than it would be to see. I don't know how to explain it other than that. It's I don't know. Because there's a sensation about switching where the floor is when or like how you're falling in a gameplay environment where you can actually directly impact that. That's like really interesting. Whereas like in the linear piece of media that's just like you're watching it, that just kind of feels like flying. I'm sure there's, I don't know, maybe they have some really, really interesting storyboards and like some really great artists on it. Like, I don't know. We'll see.
Let's talk about WB. Good and bad. We'll start with good. Hogwarts Legacy, according to Variety, the Hollywood publication, crossed 22 million copies sold by the end of 2023. Totally amazing.
Crazy
stat. It's the best-selling game in the world, I think, in the core space, in the console and PC space, and one of the only years that it would have passed Call of Duty. And certainly that's true here in the United States. 2 million copies sold alone in December, bringing it from 20 to 22 million copies. And just an amazing success story. I was thinking about this. We've really beaten to death, I think, the J.K. Rowling connection, which is its own thing, and the completely failed, demonstrably failed want to kind of avoid and injure this game by not covering it and all that. Just it really, really, really showed how media, like as we traditionally understand it, controls very little in the space anymore, because it didn't matter. The bitching and whining didn't matter. The obfuscation didn't matter. Not covering it didn't matter. None of it mattered. And they're obviously going to be bringing more games. They say in the article on Variety, because they're talking to people at WB, that obviously they're bringing their Quidditch game out, but they're going to be making more of this style game too. And I just want to congratulate them and also acknowledge that, but it really does go to show you, and I was curious what you think of this, Dustin, like, so removing the JK stuff as much as you can from it, Harry Potter is highly relevant. I mean, that's what I read into this. Now, maybe this is intrinsically known by some people, but I never really got the vibe that Harry Potter was at this level of relevance. And now we have the HBO kind of show coming out in the coming years that's going to reboot kind of the movie style thing and do the books again. And I think that that's really exciting and interesting. But I wonder if this IP is secretly like so powerful and resonating throughout the generations, because it is in fact very, very good. And even though people wanted to attack it, it didn't seem to really matter. It just fed it. It's very fascinating to me. Did you read it the same way, that Harry Potter was kind of in decline in some way? Because this doesn't indicate that at all to me.
You could definitely get a sense of a feeling of decline with the recent spin-off movies being nowhere near as liked as the original series. And of course, there's been the other new thing, I guess, in the actual Harry Potter. Well, I guess the movies, the spinoffs are part of the lore, but she did the play as well, which was conflicting, that she co-wrote with somebody that plays with the lore in a lot of weird ways. So I think there's some of that, but at the same time, it's a story and an IP that has resonated with so many people that now are grown up and reading it to their kids, and kids are getting into it. And think about too, just that there are multiple Harry Potter Wizarding World theme parks that are really successful. The one that I was at in Japan was bumping when I was there. Japanese people love Harry Potter. There's like Harry Potter cafes and stuff there too. So
Wow.
It, I guess in a way, can feel dormant with some of the more public facing things maybe not doing as hot, but the fan base is hardcore, and they are, creating more little Harry Potter fans. And so I don't think it really matters. I think there's probably some people that maybe don't like what J.K. Rowling has said, but aren't going to quit their fandom because of it as well. And I think a lot of people just don't know. And if they do they don't care. So I would imagine those HBO shows are going to do super well. And I mean, that's why they're doing them, is that there's something in the air now where Harry Potter has kind of entered a nostalgic period for a lot. I mean, myself included. I've talked about many times playing Hogwarts Legacy how nostalgic of a game it was for me. And so I'm pumped for more stuff. I'm really curious how they'll redo it. Obviously, there's a protective aspect of someone who really likes that original line of movies. But after rewatching them last year, I thought, yeah, there's definitely some things they could do better. And so maybe with HBO, who does awesome, high quality stuff, maybe this is just the beginning of Harry Potter, and it will get even bigger from here. You think about something like Pokemon that was huge in the 90s, and now somehow it's just continued to get bigger as the new generation is brought up on it.
Yeah, I'm amped to see the HBO show just to see how they do it. And I have no real affinity for Harry Potter, but I think it's cool. But it'll be interesting to see how they execute on that when they do. Chris, do you want to become a wizard?
I don't know, man. Like I grew up with Harry Potter, so like there's certain, but I only grew up with it up to a certain point. Like I watched the first 3 movies. I really loved the first 2. I liked the third one, and then I just never saw another one. I think years had passed by, and then the part 2 of the last movie was out, and then a friend of mine was like, "You want to watch it at my place? We have a bunch of people coming over to eat snacks and watch it." I was like, "Sure." So I saw the first 3 movies and then the last part of the last one. So I have a lot of missing context for a lot of things. But I loved it when I was a kid. I loved that the Chamber of Secrets video game for Xbox and PS2. I thought was fucking great. Even there was a game, I think there was a Game Boy or Game Boy Advance game, The Sorcerer's Stone, that I really, really liked. I think the soundtrack's great. I think the vibe is really cool. Like I like it. And I think it's why I enjoyed Hogwarts Legacy so much in the beginning, but then eventually kind of fell off because I didn't stick with it the whole time. So there wasn't like, I'm sure there was a lot of stuff that was like pulling from like later movies or later lore, or like some deeper things that I just wasn't aware of. And I just kind of like, I get it. It's cool. It's cute. But it's interesting to me how it's exploded again, because I was like you, Colin, where I just kind of, I don't know, like those Fantastic Beasts movies I heard weren't amazing. That play really didn't make waves at all. So I did kind of assume that it was just kind of like this dying star or like this fading light. And then here this game comes out and just wipes the floor with so much else this year, in a really strong year, by the way. Granted, they came early, but I don't know, man. It's nuts.
Yeah, this is just the petty Colin coming out, but the HBO series makes me especially pleased because I felt like a lot of the actors and actresses that made their bones on Harry Potter and were made famous by those movies really have shown a substantial amount of disrespect for J.K. Rowling over time to varying degrees. And it's interesting to think that they may be eroded away as like the face of, like, you could imagine an HBO Harry Potter being even bigger and that becoming the seminal Harry Potter. And like people don't even think about like the other guy anymore. Could go the other direction, but I doubt it. I really do. I really doubt it. Because
I think, yeah, maybe. I also feel like maybe they would be happy with that, because I bet it would be pretty annoying to go through your entire life being like, it's Harry Potter. Harry Potter. It's like, well, I mean, okay. Like, great. This is me for the rest of my life now. I'm Harry Potter. I used to get called that too, and I changed my entire look in school because of this movie too. So I have like a conflicted relationship with it.
Yeah, I
have
didn't
a
know that.
conflicting relationship with it. Yeah, I used to have longer, kind of scraggly. Like when I was a kid, I had longer, kind of scraggly looking Daniel Radcliffe hair, and I had circle glasses. And I had like I had this like, I don't, you can't really see it on camera, but I do have a scar on my forehead. It's like a circle. So like it was a mess. It was a mess for me for a good year, and I was like,
and I wore a yellow and red scarf,
and my parents were murdered by a demon.
And I lived in the storage closet.
Yeah, no, but like it was annoying. And then I remember being like, I'm getting a buzz cut. I'm getting square glasses. I'm sick of this.
That's so interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. Actually.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we had the positive side of the WB coin. Let's go to the negative side of the WB coin. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. I wrote here in our notes, appears DOA. I don't know if that's really overstated or not, but the previews that are coming out from people that have gone hands-on are not positive at all. However, Trevor Cannon wrote in and said, hey, homies, I was just curious about what the hell the deal is with everyone shitting on Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Sure, is the game turning out to be what we all wanted? Hell no. But I truly can't understand why outlets like IGN are making it their mission to dump on the game. They just released an article titled, We Played It and We Didn't Like It. Besides clicks, why label that article that way? This game will come out and sell great. Mark it down. Based on the IP alone, the Metacritic score will land between 75 and 85, and most fans will play it for a week or two and move on with their lives. Also remember, we as hardcore gamers live in a vacuum. Most consumers won't be listening to any of this nonsense and will be there day one to purchase this with their buddies. Anyway, thanks, fellas, and have a lovely day. I think some of what you're saying is no doubt true, that it's going to sell probably pretty well, at least initially, and people will buy it, no doubt. I mean, Gotham Knights did extraordinarily well, too, and people didn't particularly like that game critically.
Yep.
75 to 85 is a huge, you would never be able to do a mock review and give the publisher that level of breadth. You'd have to really pick a score. And I don't think there's any prayer of this game getting an 85. I would be, first of all, I would love that to be true because I fucking chose this game as a kind of a random pick in the fantasy draft, being like, it can't be that bad. It's rock steady, right? I mean, certainly like underneath the hood when we get our hands on it. But dude, when I saw this game, like the actual gameplay and I read a little bit about it, I'm like, oh. See, here's my take on this, and I'll be interested to see what you guys think of it. It looks totally good, but what is this? This is what you guys decided to do? Why did you do this? Arkham Knight came out in 2015. You spent all this time making that? This generic? There's a million games like this at this point. This just has a DC kind of skin over it. So it's not that the game doesn't look fun, because I think it does. I'm not going to play it, but it just looks so trite. It's like this. I can't believe this. No wonder Sefton Hill left the fucking studio and wanted to go do something else. Like, this is what I don't know, man. I mean, that's the biggest surprise, especially when WB on the other side of the coin has this great example of doing a single player, just a true game, a single player game, and it's selling 22 million copies. And then they see this thing and they're like, we probably could have had Rocksteady do like 2 of these for another IP for Batman or something else, and sold 10 million copies or 15 million copies each and been in great shape. I am skeptical of the game's performance, but I don't think it looks very good. Chris, what are your thoughts?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I've been looking at this for a while, and it bothers me because it reminds me a lot of Guardians of the Galaxy, right? Where the Guardians of the Galaxy game, I remember looking into like the previews of it and looking at gameplay of it and looking at trailers for it and hearing the cutscenes and dialogue and thinking, this looks pretty not good. And then I played it, and it was probably one of my favorite games that year. So it was a surprise because it was more fun to play than it was to watch. And I hope to God that's the case for this. You know, it might be possible. It doesn't look like a game that I wouldn't like necessarily. Like it looks like it's kind of borrowing a little bit of Sunset Overdrive stuff. It looks like it looks like it plays something like that, but I can't help but feel like that's fine from a gameplay perspective. But like, why is this Suicide Squad? Like, why is Harley Quinn swinging like Spider-Man? Why is the shark swimming through the air? Like it just feels like really not cohesive, I guess, is because like Batman, everything that you played in the Batman Arkham games like felt like, oh, I know it's like a joke in the game space, but like, you know, it made you feel like Batman. Spider-Man makes you feel like Spider-Man. Like there's coherent design decisions that adhere to like what the character is and what they're doing. But like this one, it's like, oh, Harley Quinn swinging 50 50 miles above the city, and it's like, why? It won't matter, I guess, from a gameplay perspective. If the baseline gameplay is fun and energetic, and there's really no way to feel that without actually playing it. I've been a big proponent of that for the longest time. You really can't. It's really difficult to judge a game and how it will feel to play versus just by looking at it. But like, I'm not feeling pretty strong for this, man. Like, I'm feeling maybe like low 70s.
Yeah, that seems right.
I feel it just feels, and it's not even necessarily because the game itself. I bet they could have stripped a lot out of this game and made a better game, because I don't know if you guys saw and I know, we're gonna talk about it in a second, but like, I couldn't fucking believe the HUD when I saw it.
Oh my god. Isaac Woolsey wrote in and said, "Hi crew, game UI has been brought up again because of Kill the Justice League. What are y'all's thoughts on modern game UI?" I think modern game UI is decent enough. This game, they made the meme, Chris. They literally made the meme in real life.
It is actually worse. It is actually, I can't believe it. It is worse than that Photoshop of Elden Ring with like all the fake Ubisoft stuff sprinkled throughout it. It's giving you so much information. It looks like fucking World of Warcraft. It's so absurd, the amount of information on screen on your HUD at any given moment, the design differences between like the bottom right corner and the bottom left corner, and the way the messages show up, and the way that the objectives show up, and the way that your medals show up, and where your health is, and where your it's like they were stolen from different games and thrown onto, like, they're not even equivalent in like design. Like, there's no cohesion between any of these elements at all. And I'm like, the color of it is all fucked. It's like every single color under the sun on the HUD. And I really,
it's fucking brutal. It really is.
I was floored by it. And look, maybe it is very possible that maybe it's not that big of a deal when you're playing, because it was not brought up in the IGN article that was like very critical of it. As far as I remember, like reading through it and skimming through the video, like they didn't mention the UI once, which indicates that even though it is pretty bad, it's the least of the game's problems, which is also scary. So yeah, it's I don't know what we're doing anymore. Like, you don't need to splash every bit of information on screen at once to have a compelling game. Like, I don't understand why we haven't learned from literally every other great game that doesn't do this. Even other live service games don't do this. Like, even Destiny is like far cleaner than this.
It looks like a 4X game almost. Like, it looks insane. Like just incredible amount of data on the screen. You know what it reminds me of a little bit, Dustin, is, and it's not comparative because it's both has to do with UI, but just rather like holding on to things that aren't necessary. It's like that generation of games, like around the turn into the 90s and into the 90s, where games started getting rid of scores, and people were keeping them around. Like Mega Man 1's a really good example where the game has a score, and it's like, why? No, you don't need, you don't need this level of information. You don't need this data here at all. It reminds me a little bit of holding on to that, where it's like, well, look at all the information. And it's like, but do we really need this level? I couldn't believe the screenshots I was seeing, or I was like, this is real?
Yeah.
It is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't want to beat up on the game too badly because we haven't played it, but I just couldn't believe it from that perspective.
Well, when you posted the screenshot in our staff Discord, I thought, holy shit, that's fake.
I called it an affront to God.
Yeah, I thought that's fake. And then I went and saw the IGN preview, and there's other previews too, but I was like, holy shit, it's real. And so here's what I'm thinking right now. I'm curious what you guys think. I want to talk to the last write-in, Trevor. I want to sit Trevor down. Have a little talk. I want to talk to you. Do you think that IGN sits down in a dark room, maybe there's some candles lit, and they say, it's going to be our mission to take down Suicide Squad? I can't stand this line of it's like such a, what do you want? Do you want the press to be honest with you, or do you only want them to be honest about what they think when it's something you agree with or want to be true. I just think it's odd that people, I mean, in particular, I know Destin has gotten a lot of heat. It's one thing if you're looking at it and you don't think that what he's saying lines up, okay. But to create some kind of conspiracy that's like, oh, they're really trying to take down this game. It's like, no, he played the game and he's telling you what he thinks about it.
Yeah. And Destin is like Chris, where he's like a real gameplay hawk. Like I trust him on these matters quite a bit.
Right.
Yeah.
So the weird need to defend a game that you haven't played yet by making up things like that is weird. Don't be weird. If you're excited and you don't care if it's going to be a 75 or an 85 and you and your boys are going to play it, I hope you have the best time ever. Legitimately. I hope that Suicide Squad comes out. It's the game of the year. I hope every game comes out that people worked really hard on, people spend their hard-earned money on, get a great experience. But don't try to cast something as illegitimate because someone has some kind of an agenda. Sure, those things can happen. That's not the case in this one. So, yeah, as far as my thoughts on the game, it doesn't. The UI and all of the different systems. This comes back to what we were talking about with Back 4 Blood and how you can have a really great core set of gameplay and systems and movement and even missions, stuff like that, and you can kill it by putting too many layers on top. And that's the impression that I get from it. There's too many meta layers.
Over designed, man. It's a death knell for certain games. And it's God, man.
What did they do to it when they delayed it, do you think?
Yeah, that's my, like, because they had a year to polish it, right? Basically.
Yeah, we thought that they were going to like put a bullet in some of these things' heads, but it seems we also acknowledge that it's really hard to undo this at this point. You know,
right? Like
it is what it is.
Look, they're making a live service inspired. I know it's not technically a live service, but like whatever. Like they're making something that speaks to that audience. That was never going to be undone. But at the very least, look, man, I don't know, man. This UI does not look like a year of polish. You know what I mean? This looks like a fucking disaster. At least from a visual perspective. Like, it might be fun. I have no idea. I really don't know.
Well, you hit on it, is that it just doesn't really make any sense. Like, from what I know about DC and these villains and all that, it's like, what is this? This person has a gun and like, I don't know. You know what this seems like to me,
Captain
Chris?
Boomerang has SMGs.
Right. It's like, okay, cool. It really reminds me of if you were going to write, and I know that I've never seen it, but there are shows like, I don't know if Silicon Valley is one of them or whatever, but there are like shows like that are dramas or comedies that kind of lampoon real situations in the industry or whatever and make fun of them. You would imagine a show that would make a game like this.
Right.
Like,
yeah,
that's kind of like what it reminds me of, like where it's like, it's the exact example of what we don't want or what we say and as a people we don't want, really. This trite game that somehow sucked this amazing studio into its black hole. It's totally BioWare times 10 in some sense, because they took so much fucking time on this game.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I do wonder. There are so many multiple ways this can go. Rocksteady has a lot of value and they have a lot of talent. I don't know how much of that talent's still there that wants to make games like Batman Arkham Knight. I don't know why you would stay if you make games like that. They're making like The Division now, which is totally fine. But in my mind, I wonder what their future is. If this, again, looking at Gotham Knight's performance, that indicates to me that there is a disconnect between critical reception and the commercial realities of these games. I do think that Trevor has a point that the game's going to sell well, but I wouldn't focus just on that, because I'm pretty sure Anthem sold pretty appreciably too. And it doesn't always work out, and they wasted the studio's time. This game should have been it's very difficult to do, and maybe it would have been impossible. You just have to cancel the whole thing, but someone at some point should have said, like, we need to disassemble everything in this game from this model and figure out, make a game. We have all these assets. It's kind of what they did with Uncharted 4, not in the same style, but saying like, we have everything kind of built. What can we do with it? And I'll be intrigued to see what happens.
I want to believe that there's a Guardians of the Galaxy type hidden quality here. Like I want, like I want to believe that, but I don't. I'll wait to see like what people have to say about it once it's out. If it's much ado about nothing and it turns out to be great and it's a great story, then you know what, I'll check it out. It looks, because the gameplay does, like, I don't think the gameplay looks bad necessarily, like the actual moment to moment like combat or whatever. It's really just the structure of the game and like how it's sorted and like the lack of cohesion between like what the gameplay is and like who you're, like what you are in the game. It just seems completely antithetical to itself. But if that ends up not being a problem, then great. Then everybody wins. Then I'm happy. Then that's great. Then Rocksteady didn't waste their time. You know, that's the outcome we're all hoping for. I don't want anybody to be under the impression that we're shitting on it because it's popular to shit on it. Like, no doubt that's true. It is popular to make fun of this game, but like it also just looks like a mess. So we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, it's totally unappealing to me. I mean, after watching the gameplay, I'm like, I'm not touching this game, but yeah. I do hope it does well. It seems like it could go down one of these many different Marvel-esque roads where it becomes something like the Avengers, or it does become some sort of critical darling, or like Guardians of the Galaxy or something. I'm sad for them because it just doesn't seem like a judicious use of time, but we will find out. And you made a good point too, Dustin, where, and again, as someone that comes from traditional media, you really can't win with previews because there are different philosophies behind them. And there used to be this philosophy that was much more prevalent back in my era of games media that I didn't really agree with, but it was kind of the way you previewed games with what you might call the benefit of the doubt mantra, where you're seeing an incomplete game and you're seeing a vertical slice of it out of context and you just don't know. But that neutrality often gets turned on you. And so over time, I came to realize that you can't really judge games like that. You have to kind of judge it viscerally in some way. And that is the more what I would call the honest approach, or the forthwith approach, especially with a game like Suicide Squad, where the game is clearly about to go gold. So you're getting the product as it is. I mean, you're getting it. This isn't some early, you're playing it. And I agree with your sentiment that people seem so mad no matter what. Either it's too neutral or it comes off as dishonest. You go back to a preview and say, like, why didn't you tell me this game sucked then? But then if you warn them, I experienced this with the Order 1886, as I've said many times. When I saw it at Gamescom and I wrote and I was like, you better watch out for this game. This game is going to be fucked. And people were so mad about it. And lo and behold, you know, so I trust people like Dustin Legary too. And we'll see how the critics take to it when it comes out next month. Spencer Price wrote in and said, hey, CDC, with the recent negative previews of Rocksteady's latest iteration of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, I can't help but hope that it's not too late for Sony to change course on their live service initiative. Seeing what befell my beloved BioWare, being one of the best narrative single-player studios, crumbled to pieces in pursuit of games as a service with Anthem, is it wrong for me to think that similar efforts by Sony will be received just as poorly as these titles by the aforementioned studios? I know you have said it makes sense for Sony to be in this space because if the game succeeds, it'll be worth the investment. But if they don't play their cards right or frankly get lucky, will their reputation not just be tarnished as these once prominent developers? I'd love to hear y'all's thoughts. I think we have to separate two things here, in my opinion. The games need to be developed. It's about who's making them, for how much, and in what context. And there's no doubt that Rocksteady shouldn't have spent 9 years on a live service-esque Suicide Squad game. It doesn't mean that game shouldn't exist. Doesn't mean that game couldn't have been made by a different studio for a much cheaper price and maybe a different philosophy behind it that would design it a little bit differently, whatever the case might be. But I think these are separate things. Sony doesn't need to have Sucker Punch or Santa Monica or Naughty Dog, even as we realize, make those games, but they have to have someone make them. And they are doing that. Concord doesn't come from a studio that makes single player games. Fair Games doesn't come from a studio that makes single player games, and so on and so forth. So I don't see the conflict here. I continue to say that we have to accept, and even, we don't want to root on a bad game, but root on the idea that being in this space is additive, but that it needs to be done in a very deliberate manner. And maybe through that lens, you can see why they relinquished Naughty Dog's role from The Last of Us Online. Although from my perspective, that could have been done wildly differently. So I don't know if you guys have any thoughts you want to share on that, but I did want to just say that this guttural instinct that live service is always going to be bad, especially with the broad definition of that term, which includes games like Helldivers and MLB The Show and whatever, I just don't know how you can think that they don't want to be there or shouldn't be there. I think that that's like nailing your own coffin shut in some way, because these games are going to exist, and it's important to be there, and Sony knows that they need to be there. So that's all I wanted to say on that. All right. Some bad news as we wrap these smaller news items up. Twitch laid off 35% of its workforce, 500 people. Unity laid off 25% of its workforce, or 1,800 people. Ruben Barrett wrote in and said, "Hey, CCD, the past few months of news and listening to this podcast and the Dukes has got me thinking, what's the actual point of working in the video game industry as a developer? You bust your arse, work long hours, and even when you succeed at work, for example, Insomniac making the most successful game in PlayStation's history, the higher-ups are still looking for ways to furlough you and your colleagues. Just seems like such a rough environment with basically zero respect for the creatives and the actual people who make the games, i.e. Bungie firing loads of figureheads, Jaffe not even getting credit for creating Sony IP, etc. We all love games, but damn, go be a software dev with higher pay and job security." I don't disagree, rather, although I think AI is going to make much trouble for engineering in the coming years too. What do you guys think of this? Dustin, I'll go to you first. I'm curious. These layoffs are sad, no doubt. All layoffs are sad. The timing sucks because you know that they held off until after the holidays to let people know, and that this stuff was already known at the time, which you can kind of appreciate. However, it's important to note that these companies do need to right size. They can't just exist and employ people in which no one makes any money. An important point about Twitch is that it makes no money. Like, it's not a profitable enterprise, and it never has been. And you kind of have to judge a workforce in roster number by its output. And Twitch simply cannot sustain a staff that big, and I think you would argue didn't really ever need a staff that big. And Unity, the writing was on the wall for Unity. I mean, that was why it kind of puts into perspective why it was so urgent, and maybe that people jumped down John Riccatello's throat a little too quickly about the urgency to raise revenue. So they abandoned that and did some other things, and so this is the penalty, unfortunately. Is it because of bad decisions at the top? I think almost always in some cases it's because of bad decisions at the top, but that's what capitalism is like a series of bets. And it sucks that it trickles down to the individuals. But I also think it's important that we keep in mind, just for honesty, that a lot of these companies, and I think Twitter is a really great example of this, and I said this over and over again, is like a company that simply didn't need to employ that many people. And you could look at a companies like this and say like, well, now they're getting to the size that they really should be, and it would be unrealistic for them to sustain these people that they simply couldn't employ anymore. So it's a bummer that this happened, but I feel like people always put it in the same bucket without thinking why these things happen. And it's like, if you want Twitch to be bigger, you better start spending a lot more money there. If you want them to hire people at Unity, you better start subscribing, because that's the reality of it behind the scenes. And that's all that matters. And so I don't want to come off as cold, but it's like we talk about some of these things without real context. Dustin, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, in addition to this, too, another thing that I saw while we were recording is that Discord is also laying off 17% of their staff, 170 people.
Oh, this broke today?
Yeah. It broke while we were recording. Oh. So it's a trio of layoffs.
That's too bad. Yeah, it sucks. But everyone's right sizing. I think that the free money is not flowing anymore.
Right. Well, and that's the thing, too, is that like right now, like inflation is insane. And the question that I have, and I legitimately don't know the answer to this, is this a video game industry problem, or is this just a big business problem right now, where there was a lot of unprecedented growth in 2019? The economy was booming. COVID happens. It's tough. Some people survive, some people don't. And then not from the virus, I mean like companies.
That fucking rules. That rules.
So yeah, some companies had a hard time during COVID and came back strong. And then there's also an element too that I think about a company like Discord that had such growth momentum, and they want to be staffed up in the case that they don't want to be growing and not be able to do and meet demand of the things that they need to do. And and maybe they grow in ways that they don't expect. And so, yeah, it's an unfortunate side of that if you don't grow or you don't grow in the way you think, that some of the, you got to downsize. And I think inflation also, yeah, like I said, is a big part of that too. But I don't know if it's the case that this is, my gut tells me this isn't a uniquely video game industry problem right now. I will say in the case of Unity, we talked about this being bad leadership. Yeah. That Unity story last year that you guys talked about, I think I was in Japan when that really broke and went down, but that was an instance of where they looked at the numbers, needed to raise revenue, and just did it in the absolute dumbest way possible. And now people are paying the price for it. People that don't deserve, the people that didn't make that decision. So it sucks. It definitely sucks. Again, it's trying to explain these things isn't trying to make light of it, but we're analyzing the situation. And so we can draw some conclusions, or at least look in the right direction on why.
Yeah, I just think I know this from even, and I've said it so many times when I would walk around IGN, it's like, what does everyone do here? We have a gaming website. Like, why do we have hundreds of people here? I didn't, at some point didn't make any sense. And I started to realize that in tech, and this is probably true in a lot of places, there's just so much bloat. And unfortunately, that bloat gets comfortable. And then when the situation, like you said, turns on its head and you can no longer justify the bloat, the normal people suffer and it sucks. So yeah, from a personal standpoint, it's an awful thing. From a corporate standpoint, I feel like the right sizing sadly has just begun. Because and I don't even think it's efficiencies and stuff, Chris. I don't think it's even AI and all these other things that are going to start displacing people. I really just think that there are just a lot of people that don't serve the function of making money. And when things get urgent, the companies just look towards those people exclusively. And it certainly starts at the top. The buck has to stop somewhere. So,
bloat is a choice in the first place,
right?
That's kind of the thing that bothers me about it. It's like, they're right sizing, sure, because they hired too many people. It's like, whose decision was that in the first place? Like, we've had consistently great month to month here, right? At LSM. I know we've had it over at the Snark Tank. Every single month is our best month ever. Did we go hire 20 people because of that? No.
Right.
It's ultimately like and granted, I know this is very different situations, very different scales, but like ultimately, like having that bloat is a choice in the first place, and that is a choice made by upper management and or like upper, people who are higher up. And so when that bloat is eventually cut, and it affects the people that had no, like they were told that they needed. They were told that this company needed people, and then they went and came, and then they were like, we were just kidding, basically. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
And it's annoying. It's because we're not even close to the end of this, man. Like, no. I know for a fact, like, there's a lot of layoffs coming soon. It's not slowing down. It's coming. Yeah, so it's going to be a continuation of all the shit that happened last year, where people are just like right sizing and getting rid of, departments that are deemed, maybe not as essential. Things like QA, which is hilarious. But like, God bless you. Yeah,
it's so complicated and it victimizes people. It's also multifaceted from a business perspective, because especially with Twitch, which I think I would observe most closely, is like, I could be wrong about this. I don't know if you have any insight into this, either of you, but Twitch seems to be in demonstrable decline. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but when I look at numbers and people streaming, and I sometimes check in on people's streaming numbers between platforms, like YouTube seems to finally be getting where I think people assumed it was always going to be, because people have to remember, when Twitch was purchased by Amazon, they outbid Google. Google wanted Twitch, and Amazon came in and kind of differentiated it, and YouTube really failed for a long time to get something competitive in the streaming space going. And I feel like it feels like it's kind of turned around in some sense, where Twitch is clearly not what it once was. Is that an accurate representation of the situation, Dustin? Because that's certainly, I mean, I guess that's pretty obvious if they laid off 500 people, but
I honestly don't, Chris, I don't know if you know I know YouTube, you're right, is definitely doing better. YouTube totally fucked itself when they introduced live streaming, and then people realized it was insanely hurting their channels in the algorithm and stuff. Yeah. So yeah, they've started to recover, but I don't know about Twitch, like what their status is.
Yeah,
I don't know if you do, Chris.
I don't really know much about Twitch, to be honest. It's my least engaged with platform, I think.
Yeah, it seems like well, you were saying like if YouTube is growing in that space and then they have Kick and these other competitors too, it's like, well, that they're clearly coming from somewhere. It's not like they're just being materialized out of thin air. They must be coming from Twitch. So it is interesting to, because I was on Twitch for a few years with Kind of Funny at a really robust time where we were confused. I remember going and visiting YouTube to talk to them, like YouTube Gaming, and we were confused why they weren't better. Like why we were surprised on how important Twitch actually became to us, because we had assumed we'd be able to fold everything into this YouTube thing, but they did finally understand it. So from that perspective, it seems like Twitch is kind of in trouble, and I could be wrong, but I mean, I think the job losses sadly indicate that pretty obviously. And then to answer Ruben's question, I guess that we brought up earlier, I just feel like there's so much dissonance in what you're saying. Not that you're saying it, but that the way people talk about games in some sense, where people complain about how much games cost. People complain about how much it costs to be on PlayStation Plus or whatever. All these things are fine. How much the unit costs, how much the console costs. Like, though these are capitalistic enterprises with people making good money, the money ultimately, the most expensive part of a company's balance sheet is its people. And the money you spend on these companies will dictate one way or the other whether they have the money to spend on that. And it's not like there's this idea that all ideas are bad, and that when a company fails, it comes through the failure of some bad idea. And that sometimes is true, but it's also just the reality that people are not paying for services. There's harsh competition on the markets, and different things eat away at each other. That's why I keep saying, and I don't know the numbers for sure, but there were so many layoffs last year in the games industry. But I do wonder if the games industry's net employment has grown or shrunk, because it's just in different places now. And so this is just a very complex economic situation that we find ourselves in. And unfortunately, so Twitch, Unity, and now Discord are just the beginning. And, you know, I wish everyone the very best, but I don't know that you're going to find very much security elsewhere either. And in other words, Ruben, I don't think this is endemic to us in games. I think there's an enormous amount of disrespect paid to average workers in every industry. And that sucks. But I also don't want people to overestimate the vulture capitalism that I think people think's occurring all of the time. Sometimes the numbers just don't make sense, I guess is what I'm saying. It's a long-winded way of saying that. Like when people say like, oh, don't take your $5 million bonus at this company and don't lay these people off. And I'm like, I don't think you understand that $5 million is not sufficient to keep those people employed for more than like a little while longer, right? Or just as an example, it's not that simple. And when you're a public company, by the way, it's if you work for a publicly traded company and you have a problem with corporate profits, you are in the wrong place, because they have sold the soul of the company to the market. And now all they want to extract out of it is value. That's it. That's where the constant growth mantra comes from. So you have to know what you're getting yourself into when you put yourself in situations like that, where it's like people don't buy stock of a company to hold the stock. They buy stock to hold the stock and make dividends. That's the whole point. It doesn't make it right or wrong, but when you're in situations like that, man, it's going to get fucking bloody for real, you know, and it sucks. That's why I really encourage everyone, if you have enterprises out there, keep them. Like, don't sell out if you can help it. Keep things small, family run, like in and out. All right. Finally, just a quick note, Roblox got trophies. I was surprised that Roblox didn't have trophies. We noted this when it came out on PlayStation finally after years of not being on the console. And I assume that they got away with not having trophies because Sony wasn't going to bust their balls and they just wanted the shit on the console already. But now that it's there, there's a small list of trophies. They're apparently very easy to get if you want to get them. There is no platinum. It is a downloadable list, but just so everyone knows. Okay, let's get into the games we're playing. And I'll just start really quick And I'm still playing Tales of Arise. I'm at almost 60 hours. I'm at the very end of the game, so I can go beat the boss now. But I'm trying the final boss. And there's post-game stuff to do as well, but I'm just trying to kind of clean things up, level my guys up, get all the equipment I need and whatever, and then I'm going to go do that. So that might even happen tonight or tomorrow. So I have nothing more to say about that, but we did talk about it more extensively on the JRPG Sacred Symbols Plus episode that will go live imminently from when this publishes on Patreon, so go check that out. So Chris, I'll kick it over to you. It seems like you're playing a few things here as well.
Yeah, so I'm playing GTA 4 still loving it. We went in depth on it on the most recent Summon Sign, so you can go watch that and I'll get more in depth on it. Still love it. I platinumed Spyro 1.
Nice.
Which was nice, very relaxing, very easy. Very kind of relaxing platinum. I was actually really I was really enthralled by how zen that experience was. You know, it was very, very relaxed. I was like, ooh. Spyro 2 is the one that I'm working my way through right now. And I love Spyro 2. Spyro 2 is probably my favorite one. It's the one that I remember most from childhood and growing up with it and really, really enjoying it. And it's when they had more characters and more secondary gameplay quirks and power-ups and stuff. It was a lot more dynamic and a lot more interesting. There were some Metroidvania aspects of it too, where there were certain parts of levels that you couldn't get to without learning a skill that you would get later. And I thought it was really interesting, but it's so funny because this was my ideal Spyro game when I was a kid. But now as I'm going into it with a completionist mentality, I'm a little frustrated because in Spyro 1, I could get everything that I needed to get in the level and then just move on to the next one. But now it's there's always, I'm never 100% done with a level because there's these Metroidvania things that you have to get an ability to get to. And it's I'm moving on to new worlds before any of the individual levels are done. Yeah. And it's kind of driving me insane, but I'm still enjoying Spyro 2. It's a wonderful little platformer. I love the sound. I love the soundtrack specifically. It's so cheerful. I don't know. It's a nice environment to be in. But that's really all I've been playing. I haven't really been delving too deeply into anything serious.
Cool. Yeah, I platinumed Spyro 1 and 2 as well, but I never platinumed 3. I got somewhere in it and then I just put it down. I don't remember what happened. But continue to enjoy 5 platinums. Look at you. You're becoming such a big boy.
Look at me.
Dustin, do you want to speak on Final Fantasy VII Remake?
Yeah, I was thinking I really haven't played a lot this past week. In fact, last 2 days, I didn't really get to play anything at all. But when I am playing, it's Final Fantasy VII Remake to get ready for Rebirth, which, man, it's coming up real fast this month. It's already January 11th at the time of recording, which is crazy. But yeah, it's the PS5 version is awesome. I'm being reminded, we talk about this a little bit in the JRPG Sacred Symbols Plus, but Final Fantasy VII Remake, as good as it is, I still think there are parts of it that feel a little filler-y, that are annoying. For example, there's the part I'm on right now it's still pretty early, but it's when you're under the plate and you're trying to get to another reactor. And you have to turn all the get power and turn off all these switches and go around these different rafters and stuff. It's really annoying. Later on, there's these multiple sewer parts that are not very fun, in my opinion, but still really, really like the game. I'm excited to get to Intergrade, which I started when it came out and then never finished for some reason. So I'm going to go and do both of those. And I know Brad is playing too. Colin, you're going to be playing. So I would expect something about Final Fantasy VII Remake in the coming month or so.
Definitely.
As a remake revisited.
A lubricant for the second game, as it were, as we get into that. Plus, like we said, I never played Intergrade, so yeah, you get the Yuffie action in there and all the rest. All right, cool. All right, so a brief what we're playing section. Of course, Summon Sign dedicated to that each and every week. So go check that out if you so desire. Let's get into the news. Number 1. We don't often begin the hard news section of our show with TV news, but we will make an exception this week, as HBO's The Last of Us has officially cast 3 characters central to the events of The Last of Us Part 2, the 2020 PlayStation 4 game that will certainly be the predicate for the show's second season. Word comes by way of Hollywood publication Variety, which first reported that actress Caitlin Dever would be playing Abby. Dever is perhaps most famous for her decade-long role on the Tim Allen sitcom Last Man Standing, which ended in 2021. but she has a wide range of experience across film and TV, and perhaps most interestingly, also played Cassie Drake in Uncharted 4, which makes you wonder if she's somehow connected to the what is widely assumed to be a new Uncharted game starring Cassie, under development somewhere, maybe somehow. Importantly, Dever is also co-starring in the upcoming Steve Gaynor game Open Roads, which is being released as a one-off, not under the Fulbright name. The other casting is more minor, but still important, and it comes in the form of actor Young Mazzino, who will be playing Jesse. Mazzino is a less experienced actor than Dever, but has a growing filmography and is best known for his role on the 2023 Netflix series Beef. Finally, Dina has also been cast. She'll be played by actress Isabella Merced. Merced actually co-starred with Caitlin Dever in the Hulu film Rosalind in 2022, but she is perhaps best known for her starring role in the Nickelodeon show 100 Things to Do Before High School, and has a duo of nerdy films she's featured in currently in post-production, Madam Web and Alien Romulus. While The Last of Us won't return to HBO until 2025, at least partially stymied by recent work stoppages owing to the writers and subsequent actor strikes, the show's first season enters award season in a strong position. While it lost all 3 Golden Globes it was nominated for, Best Actor, Best Actress, and Best TV Series, it cleaned up at the Creative Art Emmys, winning 8. Outstanding Picture Editing for a Drama Series, Outstanding Sound Editing for a Comedy or Drama Series, Outstanding Sound Mixing for a Comedy or Drama Series, Outstanding Main Title Design, Outstanding Special Visual Effects in a Season or Movie, and Outstanding Prosthetic Makeup, as well as Outstanding Guest Actor and Actress nods for Nick Offerman and Storm Reed. The rest of the personnel Emmys will be handed out soon, and The Last of Us enjoyed 24 total nominations. Okay, let's begin. Nicholas Brillhart wrote in and said, "Greetings, Sacred Boys. This week we got confirmation of the casting rumors from late last year that Caitlin Dever will be portraying Abby in The Last of Us Season 2 and onward. As someone who knows her from quite a bit more than just her role in Last Man Standing, Booksmart is an awesome movie. I really can't picture her in the role. It's not even necessarily that she isn't built like a UFC fighter, but more so that for so long, a lot of people pictured her as the perfect casting for Ellie if the show was made just a few years earlier. Should the team over at Max have gone in a different direction with casting to avoid this, or do you trust them to have made the right decision here?" So it is important to note that I think she was in consideration straight up for Ellie. I don't think that was even a rumor that she would have made sense. I think that they were considering her, and obviously they are familiar with her via Uncharted 4, and so we'll talk about that more in a moment. But what do we think about this? Let's go to you first, Dustin. So we'll begin with Caitlin Dever's inclusion here. What do you think of her as Abby? This is a seminal role, and I wonder if she knows what she's getting herself into. She must know what she's getting herself into with this role. It's going to require, unfortunately, because people are fucking stupid out there about this shit. And I'm not saying about your opinions of The Last of Us. I'm saying about the way you treat people. Some people treat other people, as we were talking about earlier in the show. She must know and have been forewarned that this is going to be an issue.
Right. Well, so first of all, I've not seen any of the things she's in, so I cannot speak at all.
Dude, Last Man Standing is funny. I think that show is actually really funny, personally. But
I like Tim Allen.
yeah, me too.
What is it? Not Tool Time. Home Improvement.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit rules. Yeah. But so I think the main thing that people are bringing up is her physique when talking about her playing Abby, just because Abby's like her signature trait is how built she is. And so I wonder if she is planning on bulking up to do this role, which it's funny because we've seen Bella Ramsey, right? The actress that plays Ellie. There's been some photos of her bulking up for season 2. So maybe they're going in a slightly different direction with the character in a way, which I don't know. I'm curious what people think of that. A lot of people don't like Abby, so taking a new direction might. It's such weird territory because I think people will be very defensive about them changing it at the same time. But
yeah,
maybe they just don't. When they were doing the role, they thought we would rather have her and maybe change this aspect of the character than go with someone who we don't like as much that maybe fits the physique better. So I don't know. These other people too that were cast, I looked into them. I was like, I don't think I've seen anything that they're in. But the Uncharted connection is definitely really interesting in that there's some experience working with her, and I think that experience goes a long way. I mean, I think that's just in general. If people have experience with something, I mean, that's how we do things at Last Stand. The people that we know and trust, we like to work with because it's much safer than bringing on someone you don't know. So I'm really, really interested, and just interested too how they do season 2. We've talked lightly without spoilers about the possibility of them kind of switching up the order of things.
Yeah, it seems like that's not. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
No.
Since you brought it up, and we'll get into it now, the lazy Indian gamer wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, I can't help but wonder. The old detective wheels in my head are turning. Cassie Drake being cast as Abby in the HBO series. Does this signal at all that there might be an Uncharted 5 brewing quietly in the background? Maybe I'm being way too optimistic, but I just feel like this shows that Naughty Dog has her performance firsthand in some capacity and has comfort level of working with her apart from the brief stint at the end of Uncharted 4. What do you guys think? Thanks to keep doing what you're doing." I think clearly the familiarity with Naughty Dog and Neil Druckmann comes from Uncharted 4 and Cassie Drake. Now here, I'm going to add to the complexity of this iceberg. You ready? Is that Caitlin Dever in the ad with the torch?
Oh.
Like, I went and looked at a screenshot of it, and you can't really tell, and I'm not really very familiar with her where I'd be able to look at her, but I'm like, Now, you wouldn't obviously have live action components of an Uncharted game. You obviously also wouldn't mocap in that situation, but could it be her? I mean, is there like some sort of Easter egg in there in some way? That familiarity certainly was bred from Uncharted 4, and it makes you wonder if she is going to play Cassie in the next Uncharted. I thought the same thing. And I wonder, because that would be fucking hysterical. And it seems like they like working with the same people, and I don't really blame them because there's so much money invested in this and familiarity, and it's so conceptually different than I think the way most actors work, that I think you want to find the people that get it, and she probably gets it. So that's great. What do you think about the casting, Chris? Do any of these roles stand out to you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen Beef, so I know this. I know Young Mazzino, I think is how you say it. Yeah,
he's the Asian guy playing Jesse.
Yeah, Beef is great. So that's cool. I don't know
about the kitchen.
No.
Beef
that's
is the bear. That's the bear, I think.
Yeah, that's the bear.
Right.
Beef is like this. I can't even explain. There's not enough time in this episode to explain it, but it's very good, and you should. I recommend everybody watch it. It's very fun. But yeah, I don't know. Like this, it seems like fine casting. I am in agreement though. Like when I saw this actress for Abby, I was like, that's Ellie. It's weird that it's weird that they went with Bella Ramsey, to be completely like. I still really don't understand that casting choice, other than the fact that it's like a really recognizable person from like a really big show.
Yeah,
like,
the inverse makes sense, right? Like, Bella Ramsey as Abby actually would have been somewhat interesting, you know.
It would have been something. Like I just feel like, I don't know. One of the main disconnects between me and the Last of Us show, honestly, was Bella Ramsey as Ellie. I could never really see it. Although, like, I've also played the game, so like, who cares? I think a lot of people who didn't play the game, who watched the show, are just totally fine with that, and that's totally acceptable. I get it. But I feel like Pedro Pascal looks so like he fits that role so well. I think definitely in a lot of ways, and I don't know. It didn't work for me personally, but I think it's fine casting as long as it's written in a way that makes sense. Like I don't really see a problem. Like I can imagine them being like, oh well, she's supposed to be this or that, and I'm sure they probably will find a way to make that make sense. You know, I'm not really that worried about it.
By the way, I keep doing these really bad Joel impressions recently with my wife, where I'll be like, let's just go to bed and forget about all this mess. All the weird things he says.
That's just the Southern guy. That
just rolls her eyes at me.
That's not even Joel. It's just the Southern man.
That's just a Southern man saying Joel's lines. Let's just get out of here and forget about all this mess. All right. The other thing I wanted to bring up here, apart from the casting, and congratulations, by the way, on all the wins. Nick Offerman was obviously going to win, but it's great to see people being recognized in the creative Emmys. Dagan won a creative. That's where Dagan won an Emmy, is the creative Emmys. So it's dope. And I know that means a lot to them. And it would be cool if they got more play as opposed to just kind of happening before the real Emmys, because it kind of segregates them. By the way, did you see after the Golden Globes, Paul Giamatti at In-N-Out? That is like the fucking best.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen that.
I saw Weird Al at In-N-Out after the Emmys, I think.
No, that must have been fun. I know you like him. And I thought that was really funny. By the way, apropos of nothing, I'm just throwing this in here now because it's hysterical to me, is the tunnels in New York City. Those were
what is going on with that?
The pictures coming out of that and the videos. Fuck, I don't know. I actually haven't read into like what the deal is, but just the pictures and the video, like the video of the guy like the Hasidic Jewish guy coming out of the tunnel and then running.
It is crazy.
Oh my God. It's brilliant. I love it. Speaking of funny pictures. But Connor Reese wrote in, said, gentlemen, why does everyone seem to hate Neil Druckmann? Since the Emmys and Golden Globes last week, I've seen nothing but hate and ire for this man, who I personally believe is one of the greatest auteurs and creative directors in video games. Yes, I am biased and I love both the Last of Us games, but I don't think you can even deny that those are both objectively great games, whether they are for you or not. Is it the anti-Semitism or hate for Israel rampant in the games industry? It seems like folks were upset, in quotes, at his support for Israel, but do they not realize he's from Israel? I simply don't get the hate and ire that Neil gets, and honestly, it makes me sad to see. Thanks as always for the great content, and have an excellent, I can't wait to play The Last of Us Part 2 on PS5 kind of day. Connor, thanks for writing in. I noticed this too, and I did want to speak on this. Now, I don't know what the purpose is of the level of hatred that Neil Druckmann receives from not only just randos on the internet, but people in the industry, which I think is really strange. First of all, no, I don't think that people realize that he is Israeli. I think a lot of people don't know that. And so that is one thing. And there is certainly an anti-Semitism issue in the games industry. I think that's fairly obvious. I think that that's true in lots of different corners recently. And so that's certainly going to be a piece of it, especially because he overtly supports Israel. But I don't think it's just that. I honestly think, and I say this is, Neil's a personal friend of mine, so I obviously have a bias, a deep bias, but no, it's that bias that informs me that people really don't know the man at all. Like how cool he is, how nice and friendly and down to earth he is, how reasonable he is, how intelligent he is. And so it does bother me to see that level of hate, but you know what I really think a lot of it is rooted in the industry is just pure jealousy. Pure unadulterated jealousy. Neil Druckmann went from being a fucking designer on Jack X Racing to being the creative director of one of the most influential gaming properties of all time to now being the executive producer of a renowned HBO series and is now the head of Naughty Dog and has all of this power, prestige, and money. And that bothers the shit out of people. And that's just the bottom line. I mean, I think that a lot of it comes from that. Like it could just be someone else and they would do the same thing to him or her. And so I think some of it's fed by anti-Semitism. I think some of it is fed by just this really visceral hatred of The Last of Us and what it means to the PlayStation and how important it is to PlayStation. And I think that he kind of represents that. But knowing him, like I said, knowing him personally, having gone to lunch and dinner with him many times and broken bread with him and spoken with him and done all these things, it's like, you don't know the person and you should really ease up on that, because I know some assholes in this industry, truly, and I know some assholes that are well liked in this industry, and he is not one of those people. No way.
Yeah.
Colin, I had a question for you about that, actually, because when I was seeing, I mean, the big thing was the video of him in front of where you're supposed to pose for the photo for the press, and he's standing there, and there's it seems like there are no photos being taken, which in that situation, I'm like, dude, someone told him to go stand there for 30 seconds and then move on. He's not sitting there trying to absorb and get attention. It was so stupid. But I was reading some of these comments that people were saying just stupid stuff. Like you brought up, like a lot of anti-Semitic stuff. And the one thing that I saw over and over, and I don't know if there's any truth to this. Maybe you can speak to it, maybe you can't. But a common thing was people saying about how he pushed Bruce Straley out. And I think that's where a lot of, or at least not a lot of, but some of the dislike of Last of Us Part 2 is that people feel like it was a co-vision for the first game, and then the second one comes out and Bruce isn't there, and there are some drastic changes to the story that people don't like, and they feel like they want to point the finger at him for that.
Yeah, I mean, the whole... I do agree. I think we've said this, that it does seem, I think we did an episode called Forgetting Bruce Straley.
Right.
Where, and it wasn't, and it was supposed to be a double entendre, like we're forgetting him. He was an important component. It's interesting when you think, I was in media when Last of Us was coming out and kind of going through its PR press cycle and all of that. And they were dispatched as a couple together. And so it was like neither one of them were more important than the other. But I think by Neil staying and Bruce kind of deciding to leave, I think that just came to be what it is, where like someone kind of is missing some sort of credit. And I don't think that that's necessarily right. And I don't know the agreement between them. I have no idea what their relationship is. None. Like, yeah, I really don't. And I haven't spoken to Bruce in more than a decade, probably, so it's hard to say, or maybe not that long, but 8 years or something. So it's hard to say. It's also like these behind the scenes, what people see as thinking goes on behind the scenes is almost never what it seems in my experience, or never as oftentimes it's more acrimonious than people think, or less acrimonious, but never the appropriate level of acrimony predicted. And I just think that, in my opinion, The Last of Us Part 2 is better than the original Last of Us. And I think a lot of that has to do with Neil. But that's, again, maybe my own bias towards it.
Yeah.
Either way, I just didn't want to. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Chris.
Well, no. I was just going to say, like, I think it's just this weird over the top. It just feels like everything is unnecessarily heightened when it comes to really powerful strangers. You know what I mean? Like people who like have a lot of influence and who people don't know. There's a lot of like rumor. It feels like there's a big game of telephone going on. You know what I mean? It's like he pushed Straley out, or like I saw some comments. It's like he pushed Amy Hennig out, and like all that stuff. And that's where a lot of the animosity comes from, or just like, and it's just like, how could? There's no way you know that.
Yeah. First of all, I am intimately knowledgeable on the Amy Hennig situation. I'm not going to talk about the things that I know about it.
Of course, yeah.
But I will say that Neil and Bruce were the victims of that happening, because they had to go and save Uncharted 4.
Right.
Like they had nothing to do with that Amy situation at all.
No, dude. No, but this is what I'm saying.
They got fucked. They like, yeah.
But this is what I'm saying. It's like
people don't know what they're talking about.
There's this game of telephone between like, various news outlets, and like I heard this, I heard that. This news item conflicts with this piece of information, or like I have a bias against this person, and so this event happens where Amy Hennig's out, and I don't like Neil Druckmann. They must be, you know what I mean? Like there's a weird. I think we all have to realize that we don't know people that we don't know, and it's weird to have this visceral love or hatred for people if they're complete strangers to you. Like I can't fathom hating somebody that I don't know. Like I can't wrap my mind around it, really. Because how could you possibly? That's like loving someone you don't know. Like, do you love people that you don't know? Of course not. You might really like someone. You might like, I like Kojima's output. But like, I don't love Kojima. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like, oh, hey, cousin Kojima, welcome to Thanksgiving dinner. Like it's these are very separate things, and people treat people like they know them inside and out, and that they like. It's like, oh, I hate this person, this complete fucking stranger who just made a game I don't like.
Yeah,
that's weird. I don't get it.
It's funny, man. Like personally, what you're saying speaks to me in the and when we got Brad and brought him over to Last Stand, I went and read Reset Era, which for people that don't know is a forum, like a really left-wing, crazy forum, a video game forum. And the things people say about me are like, wow, like that's such a deep level of hatred that I think that like people that even knew me wouldn't even, it's not that they would or wouldn't feel a certain way about me. It's that like they wouldn't even, people that know me wouldn't even feel like they knew me well enough to say the things that you're saying about me. Like how can you presume to know a person like this and say things like this about a person? But there are just so many mentally degenerative people out there, which is the only way I can really describe it. And, what's ironic is that without Reset Era, we would have never have been in a position to get Brad. It was their level of vitriol and insanity on the internet that helped, facilitate this thing that otherwise would have never even been thinkable because of your own behavior. Right. It's so strange that people don't realize that, No.
And it's not just to Colin that, those things you're saying absolutely on Reset Era, just the jumping to conclusions, or not even jumping to conclusion, because that gives an indication that there's some thread to jump onto. But the level of connecting the dots, like there was a post that we talked about in the staff Discord about how we planned this. We were like, oh, let's get Dustin over on Frame
Dude,
Trap.
I wish I was that smart. I wish. That's what when we were talking about that on Discord, I said that. I was like, dude, I wish that I was like had any level of intelligence to be able to manipulate a 4D chess move like that. I would be bragging about it from the mountaintops if I had that level of intellect. It's incredible. I appreciate that they think that I'm that smart. Yeah.
All right.
But what they don't realize, like people like that don't realize, is they just push people into our arms. Because all it takes is for people to listen to it for 5 minutes to realize, wow, these people aren't only lying about this person, but are doing it on purpose. And it pushes them away because there's no way you can listen to this and get any of that kind of stuff out of it. So when a normal person, not toxified by purple hair dye and weird ideologies, comes and listens to our show, and then they're like, what the fuck are these people talking about? And then they get banned from Reset Era when they say that.
Yeah. You know what I liken it to a lot? I liken it a lot to like the scare campaigns around like weed. You know how like they would be like, if you smoke, your heart's gonna explode and you're gonna become a zombie and you're gonna eat your baby. or like all this like fucking crazy shit. And then you smoke and then you just kind of get a little hungry.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh, what the fuck? This isn't that big of a deal at all. What the fuck? These people are crazy.
And then you go do fentanyl.
Yeah, and then and then you go do crocodile.
Fentanyl.
Arm melts off in a sewer somewhere.
All right. Is there anything else to say about this topic?
No. I think we're good.
Okay, good. Well, congratulations to those cast. I mean, that's going to be a career-changing move for you. And not that maybe they needed it anyway. They're all well-known actors and actresses, but
yeah,
what a great. Yeah, and I don't know anything about them either, but just looking at them, I'm like, yeah, this looks right, feels right. I was wondering if they were going to do any more like racial bending, for lack of a better term, with some of the characters, make this person this or make this person that, because they kind of had done that with
Joel's
with Joel and with Sarah. But yeah, they just kind of stuck with it, which I was also like, kind of an Indian, I don't know if they like Indian, I don't know what you would say, like a or somewhere from the subcontinent area, she looks like, maybe her family. And then you have an Asian person for Jesse. So everything's kind of staying where it needs to be, or where it was. But yeah, I was wondering if they were going to do anything with that, because they showed an inclination to do that immediately. And I actually thought it's almost like canon Joel in some way for me. Canon Joel and Sarah in some way. Like I like that representation of them. I love the representation of them in the game too. But I thought they did a really nice job with that.
There's more to chew on in the show with them specifically.
Definitely.
So that kind of helps. Also, before we move on, I'm glad you brought up that video of him in front of the cameras, because I felt so bad for him. Because because that he was told to stand there for like 30 seconds and that people who have no idea about that are just going to assume that he's just sitting there trying to absorb everything. And like, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was so mad at that video, because I was like, God damn it. People are going to act so stupid about this.
Yeah, people have no idea how these things work. That it's like, yeah, someone telegraphed him to go stand there for photos.
They're not
and
even
maybe that was taken at the, maybe the photos were taken and then the recording started right after, or maybe not. Maybe there was very few photos of him taken. And that's one thing too. But it's not like he's standing there with his ego blown up. Like, look, I'm a game guy and I made it here to the.
He's probably counting down in his head, like, when is this going to be over?
Oh yeah,
he's not. He doesn't like this kind of stuff. He wants to be working on games and working on and writing and being in the trenches. Like he's gravitated towards an executive role and this more creative control role because he's good at it. But he reminds me a little bit of my brother, where I think that they would be happiest just at a desk somewhere, like,
yeah.
but like you kind of grow out of that role regretfully in some way. And so people just totally, it does check me in my own personal misrepresentations of someone, like what I think about people when I know someone like that being misrepresented so deeply. It bothers me, actually, but it is personal. And so you can take it with a grain of salt if you want. All right. Number 2, tantalizing rumors are percolating that select Xbox-aligned first-party games may be migrating to competing platforms, including PlayStation. Yes, some games under the Xbox umbrella are already on PlayStation and have been for years. Think Minecraft and its spin-offs, which Xbox purchased more than a decade ago by way of developer Mojang. But that catalog may be about to expand in some unexpected directions. From our perspective, Xbox's publishing structure looks a little bit like this. Truly internal teams in the Microsoft Studios family, teams owned by publishers Microsoft has purchased, which is one degree of separation, and then perhaps a different degree of separation with second-party games, which all hardware manufacturers deal with. If rumors are to be believed, a Microsoft Studios game in the form of the mega popular Sea of Thieves, along with a Bethesda published game in the form of Hi-Fi Rush, may be en route to PlayStation. The trail of these rumors is fairly complex, so let's defer to the reporting of Jez Corden, a friend of our show, who reported the timeline on Windows Central. Basically, a reliable leaker, YouTuber Nate the Hate, noted that an Xbox game was en route to competitor platforms, one of an, quote, acclaimed Game of the Year worthy, end quote, pedigree. People immediately connected this to 2023's Hi-Fi Rush from Tango Gameworks, a studio under the Bethesda umbrella, which is in turn under the Xbox umbrella. Since that moment, more chatter has emerged from typically reliable industry people, forum rumors, and so on, indicating that Hi-Fi Rush was first perhaps coming to Nintendo Switch, but maybe actually coming to PlayStation. This vibes with Jez's own reporting. He notes in part, quote, "They say there's no smoke without fire. I will say that it has been suggested to me from very trusted, proven sources that Microsoft has been exploring bringing some of its back catalog to other platforms, although some of the details remain vague and unconfirmed," end quote. On top of that, even more interesting news later emerged when Stephen Totillo, writing on his GameFile Substack, reported that Sea of Thieves, perhaps one of Xbox's most successful games ever, could be migrating to PlayStation. Totillo notes that Sea of Thieves could come to PlayStation as soon as early this year, and he reports that fellow games writer Jeff Grubb reiterated much of this news on his own podcast. Now, while this falls in line with what Xbox brand CFO Tim Stewart said before the holidays, specifically that Xbox was looking at traditional competitors like Nintendo and PlayStation to place its content, including Game Pass, it does conflict with the PR cleanup head of Xbox Phil Spencer was later dispatched to do. But all of this, coupled with the absolutely blatantly weird refusal to name platforms for Blade at Arcane, adds up to something going on. With an Xbox event planned in the immediate future, it could be that we here at Sacred Symbols will have to begin paying attention to the potential that Xbox games on PlayStation in some way beyond the current status quo is inevitable. As many people wrote in, Matic Brick wrote in and said, "What is up with Xbox and Phil Spencer? Are they going multi-platform or not? Make up your damn mind." He wrote that all in capital letters. Dustin, it never, ever ends with this shit. I swear to God. A lot of this comes from their own fumbling around. I mean, obviously these are leaks as well, but they really speak out of both sides of their mouths, because knowing that this is coming from a Stephen Totillo, a Jez Corden, Jeff Grubb, Sea of Thieves is coming to PlayStation. I mean, like it seems like that's a thing that's happening. It looks like Hi-Fi Rush is coming to maybe Switch and or PlayStation. This is in direct. I mean, this goes against what they've been saying, and then people look at me and they say, like, Colin's so stupid. Why does he think it's weird that they won't say what Blade's on? Obviously, it's going to be an Xbox game. I'm like, is it really that obvious? I mean, is it?
Yeah.
Like, I don't see why that would be obvious, considering all the different weird shit. Like, there's just rules that are made up on a constant basis. Anyway, I'm ranting on. Yeah. What do you think?
Well, no, I feel super justified in this as well, because I got a lot of heat last year when I talked about Phil Spencer talking out of two sides of his mouth. And here's just yet another example of that. And it's funny when these things happen, because it's always there's stipulations like, well, he was talking about these games, or he was talking about going forward. And it's like, well, what does it mean? Because we have no idea at this point anymore, specifically in this scenario that's all happening within a 2-month period, when we talked about the guy from the board or whatever,
Tim Stewart.
Yeah, Tim Stewart was talking
CFO.
about going multi-platform, and then a few days later feels like no, and it's like, well, which is it?
Well, because he's like, we don't have any plans to bring Game Pass to PlayStation, and that's why I was saying. And people thought I actually talked to Jez about this, because he was like, I really had a very limited amount of time to speak with him. And I'm like, I get that, but I felt like such a powerful follow-up would have been, come on. All right. So what does that mean? You got to break that down a little bit, because you just talked your way out of that. And it's clear, in my opinion, Dustin, that how can you really believe anything this dude says? Like, it just seems like it's just bouncing all over the place. I don't know. It's strange to me.
Right. As far as these games switching over and being on a different platform, it's funny, when I was thinking about and seeing the reaction to this, and seeing how Xbox fans felt betrayed by it, while I think there is some overreaction with that, I kind of get it in this case, where you have a mixed messaging. What feels like every few months, mixed messaging. And it would be frustrating. If you're hardcore about that platform like we are for PlayStation, then yes, be really, really frustrating. In terms of it actually happening, I think this makes a lot of sense. I think Xbox can kind of have their cake and eat it too, where they can use these games as big draws to Game Pass at release. And then a year later, in the case of these, a few years later, make money again on it. And it's really not going to detract from Game Pass as a service. The question I have is that are these two games test beds for testing the waters and see, okay, well, maybe these games do really well. We make a lot of money that we can use to fund into Game Pass and support our own service. And let's do that some more. And in particular, with a live service S game like Sea of Thieves. We talked about this earlier with Helldivers being on PS5 and PC. Having it diversified across multiple platforms just means more money, to the point where we know that Marathon, a Sony-owned team, they're going to be releasing that on Xbox. I honestly think a smart business decision would, if Sony did this, if they have a successful live service game, maybe it's an exclusive for a year or two, widen up the audience even more. Something like Concord, I could see that releasing on Xbox someday, because these games are about the long-term money that they can make. Hi-Fi Rush is a little bit of a different case that is more interesting to me, in that they don't really have any imperative to bring it over other than just the initial sales from it. But I wonder if there's more. I mean, I wonder if there's a reality where some of their other live service S games come to PlayStation. Think about Halo Infinite on PS5. Imagine the player base.
The meltdown
would be great.
Over that would be, oh man, yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
and it's funny. Right before Christmas, I played just one night. Jimmy Champagne and I played Halo Infinite, and I was like, you know what? It's pretty damn good right now. It's sad that this game, for most of us, came and went and was disappointing in how the follow-up after launch, but PlayStation release would be the thing to change the waters on that. But I've said no. I'm curious what Chris thinks about this.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It is definitely frustrating from a messaging perspective. It's frustrating not to know where a big company like this stands, just from our perspective, because it makes our jobs a little bit harder. Not to say that it's, we're not steel mill workers or anything, but it's annoying to have to not really know for sure what we should or shouldn't be paying attention to for this show specifically. And they've had that line before where it's like, games with a heritage will stay on other platforms, and it's like, well, Sea of Thieves has no heritage on PlayStation, so what do you mean? Like, the messaging is completely fucked. And I know Maddie knows this too. I know they went all in on this on Duke too, but on the frustration between their messaging. We even talked about that a little bit on Summon Sign as well. But I don't think this is necessarily a bad idea. I think it would be smart of Xbox to look at PlayStation like PlayStation looks at PC in some way, where like they can almost double dip. Where like they have their platforms they already have PC and Xbox as their main platforms. And so they get a lot of value out of that. But then why not get like this huge extra dip many, many years later when you have a product that is more polished, more finished, and ultimately more definitive for an audience that specifically is not only very large, but specifically buys their games. It's kind of smart. If you really think about like where Sea of Thieves is, where Halo the Master Chief Collection even is, or where Halo Infinite is, or where these specifically these live service games that have been through iteration after iteration, where they end up at a certain amount of time, like some good value on a competitor's platform and a good opportunity to monetize even further. So like, I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily a bad strategy. It's just frustrating not to know what that strategy is, or to have that strategy either talked down to or obfuscated or kind of shrouded by the people literally employing it. That's really where the frustration point is for me. But I've long been a very agnostic person with my platform of choice. I think it'd be great for most games to come to everywhere. Quite frankly, it'd be great to see I would love to see Halo Infinite on PlayStation. That'd be sick. I would love specifically more to see the collection on PlayStation, because the heritage of that is so huge for a lot of. I can imagine that being like a big deal for a lot of people, especially because a lot of PlayStation audience these days are people who used to be on Xbox, or not a lot necessarily, but like a sizable chunk for sure of people switched over Xbox One to PS4. So it'd be a nice coming home moment in some way. But I don't know. The messaging is frustrating, but the plan is something that I support. I think it's cool.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm writing a note here. There's a few things I want to say. I think. Well, Owen S. wrote in, said, "Hey, CDC. With the rumors surrounding Sea of Thieves and Hi-Fi Rush coming to different platforms, it's hard to fight a feeling that Xbox as a platform is eroding. If Xbox bows out of the high-powered console market, would this be a positive or negative for PlayStation gamers? I don't think that this is going to happen until the long term. So I don't think it's like something you even have to consider, but I do consider it an inevitability for all the console manufacturers to not be in hardware anymore, but for that to happen to Xbox first. And they're saying it. This is where I think there's a disconnect in the messaging, because they're very annoying in how inconsistent they are. And they have an audience that really doesn't hold their feet to the fire for some reason, at least vocally, from what it seems like on social media and others, where they just soak this shit up and whatever they say they believe, and like they can just be pissed on and told it's raining in some sense. And I think that is strange, and that goes into the messaging inconsistencies that you guys were talking about. But I don't think we're in a situation where like there's going to be no Xbox console for many years still. We're talking about, again, the long term, but they are telling you that it doesn't matter to them anymore. They lost this whole thing to Nintendo in some sense and to Sony in some sense. And their concession to that is just the way they've talked about Game Pass for many years, but now they're in between a rock and a hard place, because it's clear that Game Pass is flat and that Xbox consoles are diminishing. And as we say, Xbox consoles sold are captive Game Pass audience members, so you don't have to expand beyond that. So they really do necessarily have to look to these other platforms. It's almost an inevitability. That's what I said in my write-up. It's like, this is the beginning of this happening. And in some sense, Microsoft has always had that vision of being multi-platform, if necessary, of thinking about it and tinkering with it. As I've said before, at IGN, we had playable builds of Halo DS, which never came out, but you could play straight up. You can play against the people on other DSs and stuff like that. And that was an early foray of them trying to think about getting off platform and expanding the audience. And as I've said before, though people like to mess around with it, and I know it's an old piece of news to a lot of people, like Sony and Microsoft were talking about bringing Master Chief Collection to PS4 early in PS4's life cycle. And my source on that is literally unimpeachable. Like, that's why I'm so confident in saying it. It's like just totally unimpeachable. So they've been dealing with this reality. Remember Gears of War, although it was through Epic, they did port it to PS3 and it was running on PS3. They do. Mm-hmm. So this has kind of been percolating, and I think now the necessity is getting there. Listen, Sea of Thieves is 6 years old. It's like, who cares, dude?
Yeah.
They're not making anything on that game anymore compared to what they used to make on it. It's certainly a thing that people on Game Pass probably really like. I would imagine at this point you would have gotten a lot more value just buying the game and then playing the expansions and all of that. But it's one of its most popular games, and they probably look at it and say, like, why not? It's like what you guys were saying, double dip, triple dip. We really have nothing to lose here. If we were going to get someone from Sea of Thieves, we would have gotten them between March of 2018 when the game came out and today, many years later. And so I don't think it's like that big of a deal. I think Hi-Fi Rush is more interesting because I do wonder what the intent is with that. And I do wonder if it's something as simple as being a one-off, and this is just a random guess. I mean, I have no idea if this is true, but it's probably a bummer to work at a studio where no one in your country is playing your game. You know, like straight up. Like your game is not available to your neighbor, to your family. They have to go buy an Xbox or play on PC or whatever. And it's probably nice to be able to go to someone like, oh, here's a Switch version of it. And maybe it's as simple as that, of Tango having some sort of continued cultural relevance in their home country. I think it maybe is that simple.
It could also be the idea that like Hi-Fi Rush is really their first game of real consequence in a very, very long time. Like as far as like critical acclaim goes. And it would be kind of useful to have something that is that high in quality as almost like you can imagine this game coming to PlayStation and having an Xbox splash screen on it. And then right after that Xbox splash screen, you get like one of the best games of the year. And you're like, oh, I wonder.
Something cooking.
I wonder what's going on over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It could be as simple as that. It's like good advertising. Not only is it good advertising for them, but it's also, I mean, like you said, having a Switch the Switch version of that game is going to kill, I bet. Like that is such a good game for the Switch. It's insane. But yeah, I mean, why not double, triple dip on something like that?
Well, to the point, Chris, like you're making too, it could be an experiment very similar to the ones we know that Sony runs on all sorts of games that we went into on Sacred Symbols Plus and have gone into in the past, where they just do random things. I do believe that the God of War DLC, the Ragnarok DLC, Valhalla or whatever, is an experiment. Like I believe it's so value rich that they could have easily sold it, as I understand it, and that they didn't intentionally, to see what would happen or how it would affect sales of the other game and how people would talk about it. And so this could be a very similar thing. What just happens if we do this? Like, what does it mean? And I think the only thing I would really agree with is, to your point, Dustin, is it probably is frustrating for fans just because you don't really know what you're getting. Because there is often this comment that I think is fair enough, where it's like it never goes the other direction. And what's funny about that from a PlayStation fan's point of view, although I don't really give a shit about this stuff. I mean, I think, in fact, we often say, I think there are very specific games where they should be as on many platforms as possible. I think that makes the most sense, but it's like, no, God of War is never going to be on Xbox. Like Uncharted's never going to be on Xbox. The Last of Us is never going to be on Xbox. Like that is true, but that isn't true in the reverse. Like I imagine that Halo is going to be on PlayStation, and I think the bigger thing that's going to buckle and what I really want to see is, and this is what I was talking about in my write-up, was the divisions and how they look at different things. Like, are they treating Microsoft Studios as the closest held studios, right? That doesn't really seem to be evidentiary in evidence because of like Psychonauts, now Sea of Thieves, if that's true, which it seems like it's going to be. And then like you have this concentric circle where like another one would be Bethesda. And I've been functioning on the premise that Doom is going to be on PlayStation. Like there's going to be certain games I think that are going to come from that particular family, especially that are going to confuse Xbox fans and force the Xbox executives to stop speaking out of both sides of their mouths and just say what's real. Like, why are you so afraid of saying it?
Yeah.
That's strange. It's a little clownish, in my opinion.
It's confusing.
Just because like the reality bears out and then you have to pretend that you didn't say or act a certain way. And dude, things materially change, but not that quickly. It was weeks ago. And I know people are going to say, he said there wasn't any Xbox plans to bring Game Pass to these other platforms. And I'm like, yes, I know. And that's why they should have delved deeper, because we probably would have gotten even more weird answers that would indicate these kinds of things. So, but Sea of Thieves, it's like, that's a no-lose situation. That game is so old, dude. That was an Xbox One game. I think people forget that. You know?
Yeah, it was an Xbox One game. It was an early access Xbox One game too. So it was even playable before that. Yeah, I don't know. Their messaging is just frustrating. And it kind of calls into question like everything else. Like where's Hellblade then? I know Hellblade's going to be exclusive to Xbox, but like for how long? How long?
What about Starfield?
Yeah, Starfield's an even bigger one where it's like, why wouldn't there be a definitive edition of Starfield on PlayStation at some point when all the DLC is out? Like, why wouldn't you do that? And you say like, oh, you're operating under the assumption that Doom would be on PlayStation. I agree on some level, because not only is there heritage there, but also just because it'd be dumb to turn away that amount of money. But maybe there's also like a part of it is like, well, listen, we're the shooter box. We got the shooter. If you want to come play this amazing shooter, you got to come here. It's like, well, that makes sense too.
Yeah. I think there's a world what the plan is. I think, unfortunately, because I love Wolfenstein, I think there's for PlayStation, I think there's a world where like Doom would come over, but like Wolfenstein wouldn't. Something like that, and you draw them in a little bit, like you're saying, into that space. But I also think there's an imperative that we have to talk about, guys, too, which is that Microsoft spent a lot of money on all this shit, and
they got to make it back.
They got to make the money back, and the value proposition of Game Pass is going to be very, very high. when Call of Duty and all the Activision stuff's folded in there. It's going to be awesome. Imagine if we get World of Warcraft in there somehow, like a console version of that. But then you look at it and you think, what about the potential a la carte sales and inclusion? I mean, what about even getting Hi-Fi Rush into PlayStation Plus? I mean, would they make an experiment like that for PlayStation Plus Extra or something, and like get some sort of licensure and be like, okay, let's grow with another license and so on and so forth, and maybe we make money that way. It just seems, I get why Xbox fans are frustrated about that, but I think that that's maybe not the PS Plus stuff, but more games are going to be coming, I imagine. And I do understand that it's frustrating in the other direction. I guess the only thing you can really say is that you can make the argument that now you would really want the PlayStation over the Xbox, because you would assume that now it would all be playable ultimately there. And that's kind of the sign they're sending, maybe. But I think that's too dramatic for like the now, for either in the short or midterm. I think it's too dramatic. Like Hellblade, I believe Hellblade is not going to be on PlayStation anytime soon. I believe that there are just certain games
anytime
that where,
soon.
Yeah, exactly. But that's true. Where a God of War, it's like never,
right?
Like it never is it going to be on Xbox. And so, yeah, there is a difference there. But did I express to you guys the theory? Was it on this show, or was it on one of the many other shows that we do, where I feel like PlayStation is settling into an Apple iPhone style situation? Did I explain this to you guys, or was this somewhere else?
Yeah.
Where, just to reiterate for people out there, where the sales are so inertial for PlayStation and seem to really not, it doesn't matter what the competitor is doing. It doesn't matter what the reality of the situation is in the moment. It doesn't matter what the power differential is. It doesn't matter any of those things. Like, people just want a PlayStation. And it feels kind of like an iPhone, where they've just kind of, Sony, like, I express this, like, I don't give a shit that I can get a better phone than what I have now with an Android, much more powerful. I'm like, I don't care. I don't give a shit. There's nothing you can tell me about another phone that's going to make me not want an iPhone. Something just happened in my mind at some point where that was just the way it was, because I'm a dedicated consumer to that product. And I feel like PlayStation has gotten into that space, and it might explain why people just kind of default to it at this point. And Microsoft might see that and say, like, well, these people buy a lot of games. And as you noted, Chris, it's like, why not tap into that? I think it's a fascinating thing. But Sean Mason wrote into us, friend of the show, said, "Hey, CDC, I trust this message reaches you in good health. I've noticed a significant amount of negative reactions surrounding the speculation about Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves potentially expanding to PlayStation. As gaming enthusiasts, it's puzzling to comprehend why some individuals become distressed about the possibility of these games losing their exclusivity. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for us to support the idea of making these exceptional games available to a wider audience, thereby increasing sales and providing developers with more resources to create additional games of similar quality?" Totally, but it really just depends on the strategy. But I think a lot of the mentality that you're talking about, Sean, is fed into not by normal people, but by really bad actors on social media that are so obnoxious, and on YouTube and other places too, that just dwell in this console war space and then pretend that everyone dwells in that space too. And it's like a total projection. And it's crazy that sort of mentality really does seep into people's brains and poisons it to the degree where I sit here and tell you, I think it would be a really great idea to get as many of those games as a services on as many that PlayStation's making on as many platforms as possible, because it's the best path to salvation for their success.
Yeah.
But these kinds of people are the kinds of people that like make sizzle reels for Xbox, like, and don't get paid for it. They make art, like key art of the studios. One person, remember, made a reel of Redfall footage. And before it came out, it was like, look how good it is. It's like, dude, could you imagine Sacred Symbols ever doing something like that? Making key art and fucking sizzle reels and making compilations to make games look good? It's comical clown shit. And that's the stuff that sets the predicate for the way people talk about games in a lot of spaces. And it's those people that poisoned everyone into thinking that something like Sea of Thieves coming to PlayStation is the end of all things. Period.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say that. Anything else that we want to add on this? I have a postscript.
Oh.
Zeke the Plumber wrote in. Said Sacred Bussy Boys. I know this is an Xbox topic and Maddie and Cog covered it on Defining Duke, but it does relate to PlayStation in some sense of a direct competitor making an interesting decision. So I was hoping to hear your takes. Xbox is rumored to be planning a next-gen console as early as 2026, which would release well before the PS6. I assume at the expense of being less powerful. Do you have any thoughts on this strategy? Is this a way for Xbox to capture back some of the mind share? If I'm PlayStation, I'm really not worried about this at all, but maybe I'm biased. This to me makes no sense. When I read these rumors, and they come from compelling sources, so it's like, okay, maybe they're going to do this. It's not the first time they've done it. Xbox 360 was early to the market. Although, as I reported at IGN, PlayStation 3 was supposed to come out in 2005 and was heavily delayed by internal problems. And you can go read my story there about that. So that wasn't necessarily the intention, but nonetheless, that really did benefit Xbox 360. And Dreamcast, to some degree, came out quite, a year earlier in the West than PlayStation 2. It didn't really help it. PlayStation 2 put it away pretty quickly. But my problem here, and Chris, I'm wondering what you think about this, is that the reason that this doesn't make any sense to me is like, what do you do with Xbox Series S? It's like not even about Xbox Series X. Most of the Xbox Series consoles are S's. Now in 2 years, you're going to go to this new machine. Like there's going to be such a differential between the experience on an Xbox platform at that point. You're almost forcing a generation before it's really necessary. If I were them, I would try to get as much juice out of the Xbox Series X and say maybe a 1.5 of that would come out at some point would be the final Xbox. If you're really going to truly go to a Game Pass subscription model. So that to me doesn't sync up because I just don't understand what the Series S almost in some ways seems like that's like an anchor that's going to come to bear later. And this makes it seem like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. It's just, you have to deal with it.
Right.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know. I think, so the 2026 rumor for this next gen console, it could potentially be, because this is a rumor and the compelling sources compelling sources notwithstanding, that this might just be that 1.5 as well. Like we don't really know for sure what they're planning. I think it's too early to start a new generation like that, like a full on. But I think I don't know, for a refresh maybe. I don't know. It's strange because they probably look at the strategy, or like not necessarily the strategy, but like the reality of how 2005 ended up sorting out and be like, that's pretty. It'd be nice to have that again. But I don't think it would shape up in the same way. So this just kind of, I don't know, this confuses me. I don't really know what the thought process is here, especially like you said with the Series S just sort of sitting there. Especially considering it's what most Xboxes are Series S.
That's what as we understand it is that most consoles are Series S's, and that makes sense because Series S is so cheap. I mean, we were saying like to the point where it's like, why wouldn't you buy one?
Oh, dude, yeah, I have two. It's just I have one in my home in my parents' house, and then one in my office here, and the Series X is in the living room. It's just they're so cheap, it's insane, and they're cool, but like. Yeah, it's going to be something that's going to be you're going to have to phase that thing out at some point in some real material way, which is not ideal. Or maybe you try to position the Series X as the Series S in some way, the new one where it's like more affordable, but like fucking stupid powerful. Maybe that's how you get around it. But I don't really know. They're in such a weird position right now. Like no other manufacturer of any console has ever been in this weird position where they have this weaker version of something that in the same generation, this weaker variant that is also the domineering platform within their own ecosystem to then have to replace or promise more of. Like it's just, I would not have the first idea of how to strategize this. It's weird. I do not envy the people who have to plan around this.
You can't really have your cake and eat it too, right? If you don't want to prioritize consoles, then you can't really expect people to be excited about what could potentially be your last console at all times. People talking about these future PlayStation prognostications about their future in consoles, and inevitably they will not make a console anymore at some point, but it's not going to be there will be another PlayStation console after this. Yeah, that I'm less worried about. So there is a little bit of strangeness there. What do you think though, Dustin? Do you think there's anything here? The original Xbox generation was only 4 years. So they're in that, if they were to release a console this year, they would be in that space where it would actually be the Xbox to Xbox 360. I think that would be way too quick. But I also reiterate that the PS3 generation and Xbox 360, especially generation, lasted so long, mostly because of the financial crisis. The idea that you would have a console that would be like your mainstay for like 8 or 9 years is not viable either. Like no one wants to do that. Developers don't want to do that. Publishers don't want to do that. No one wants fucking games for that stuff. It's amazing when you play something like The Last of Us on PS3 and you're like, wow, they really did do as much as they could with this. So anyway, do you think we'll see a new Xbox in 2026? Do you think this is something PlayStation should be concerned about?
Well, thinking about this generation, right? It started in 2020 and we're getting most likely a refresh this year from PlayStation. I'm trying to think for PS4 Pro, it was what, 2 years? Because what year did PS4 Pro come out?
That was 2016, I want to say.
2016. So it was another 4 years.
Let me see here. PS4 Pro Wiki.
It was,
it was no later than 2016.
Yeah. So 2026 does seem early, but I could also see it where PlayStation 6, 2027, if there is on a shortened thing. So maybe they wouldn't be that separated. The Series XS conundrum, I wonder if it's a situation where they view Xbox more, and maybe just tech products in general are kind of like this way, where eventually you phase out the previous one. And so kind of, I think it was Chris was saying that maybe when this new generation comes out, it's called the Series Y or something. I don't know. It's the new series. And that's the point when the Series S is retired and the Series X becomes, they have a refreshed, smaller version of it that's maybe no disk drive, stuff like that. I know we saw that slim model in the leaks, but maybe that's the $200 box. And they're kind of just shifting everything up a notch. Going significantly before PlayStation, that's where I think that puts you in the danger zone, where you're asking developers to develop for a significantly more powerful console than what the lead platform is. And so it feels, I don't know, I feel like it's a harder ask. But maybe, I mean, I guess the question is that Xbox has had this obsession with being the most powerful console since Series X, where since they got, pretty significantly beat in terms of power with PS4 and Xbox One. But I wonder, as we have less and less jumps in power with consoles, if people just won't care about that as much. Maybe they will. But certainly right now, with the Series X and PS5, where on paper the Series X is more powerful, it hasn't really made much of a difference. So it definitely seems dangerous. And too, like you said, with the strategy, where if Phil, quote, is saying we're not trying to out console PlayStation, this feels like a trying to out console move if the rumors are true. So a mixed strategy.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, actually. Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, especially going that much earlier. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. They're in an interesting situation right now because I don't know what they won't. They say like, oh, our KPI is basically like Game Pass subscribers, but won't say how many people are subscribed. They won't get into any of these details to let us know like how things are working for them and how we might interpret it from the outside. So it's hard to know what's most important for them moving forward. Abandoning the Series S I think would be suicidal in some way and would be a really, really bad move. That's why I think it was maybe a questionable move from the beginning. That seemed like a better idea than maybe it ultimately would be. Although it could become just like a reception for cloud gaming, I guess, right? Like a receiver for cloud gaming and just be turned into that.
It could be a streaming machine.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on this. And I don't know. It's always interesting to think about when manufacturers will reveal hardware because it's so seldom done. So it's always interesting to think about well, when could it happen and why and to what end? And I think that timing really is everything with some of these things. So we'll see what they do. All right. Finally, number 3, this will be quick. It's time yet again to discuss a refresh of the PlayStation Plus game catalog available for all subscribers to PS Plus Extra and Premium. The following games will be available beginning on January 16th. For PS4 only, though obviously playable via PS5 as well, you'll find the following. The 2017 port of the 2013 Wii U game Lego City Undercover from TT and WB Games. Avalanche's 2015 third-person shooter Just Cause 3. Mimimi Productions' 2017 RTS Shadow Tactics Blades of the Shogun. And Ice Flakes and Paradox's 2021 City Builder Surviving the Aftermath. On PS5 only, Blackbird's and Focus's 2022 sim adventure game Heartspace Shipbreaker will be available. And across PS4 and PS5, the following will be available. Gearbox's 2022 FPS Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, Capcom's 2019 survival horror game Resident Evil 2 Remake, Nakon's and Creatures 2022 skating game Session, and Big Bad Wolf's and Nakon's 2022 RPG Vampire the Masquerade Swansong. Some new PlayStation classics are also joining the roster. Keep in mind that while these games are typically available a la carte for individual purchase, they are only available as part of the PS Plus Premium subscription, not extra or essential. 2 PS1 classics are joining the fray in the form of Sony's first-party 1997 PS1 racing game Rallycross, as well as 1999's LucasArts published licensed PS1 game for Star Wars Episode 1 The Phantom Menace. 3 PS4 games with an old school flair are also joining the classics catalog. Capcom's 2018 Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, as well as 2 Square Enix published games in the form of the 2017 remake of 1993's SNES RPG Secret of Mana, and the 2021 port of the 1991/2000 PS1 RPG Legend of Mana. The following games leave PlayStation Plus Extra's game catalog on January 16th, according to website True Trophies. Back 4 Blood, Devil May Cry 5, It Takes Two, Jet the Far Shore, Pillars of Eternity 2, SnowRunner, and others. Any thoughts on this selection of games? Anything sticking out to you, Dustin?
They continue to do the weirdest PS1 releases. I've never played Rallycross, but I gotta say I'm a little excited about Episode 1, Phantom Menace. I'm not saying it's a good game, but it's a game that I played a lot. And let me tell you, in this game, you can kill anyone. You can in the Gungan level, you can kill all the Gungan leaders. You can kill the Gungan women,
Butterfly,
and you can kill the Gungan children as well. And they have voice acted lines where they're like, ah, and they die. It's awesome. So I may check this one out of nostalgia, but it may not be a good memory once I start to play it and realize that it just wasn't that great. But yeah, just a weird choice when there's so many things still that they could choose from. Give us something big.
Anything for you, Chris?
Nothing I haven't already played or given a fair shot. Maybe Tiny Tina's Wonderlands seems kind of, because I've been curious about that, but I don't know. Like nothing speaking to me. The PS1 games are also just kind of confusing. I don't know. I am curious though about that game because I remember playing a Phantom Menace like a long time ago, and not really. That was before I even really knew what Star Wars was. I didn't really care or understand it. I just played a little bit along with oh my god, what the hell's the name of it? Jedi Power Battles.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I remember I really liked Jedi Power Battles.
That was a fighting game, right?
No, it was like a.
What am I thinking of? Oh, that's Terras Kasi. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's Masters of Terras. Terras Kasi. Jedi Power Battles was just like a lightsaber kind of. Not a beat 'em up exactly, but I don't know. How would you describe that game, Dustin? It's like
I think it's built in the same engine and has the same gameplay as the Episode 1 game, but it's more focused on co-op multiplayer based missions that I guess you could say, if I remember correctly, they are kind of beat 'em up esque, that you're fighting different waves of enemies progressing through different parts of a level.
Yeah,
but I have less memories of that one.
Yeah, that was a great game, but
fewer memories.
But as far as fewer memories, oh man. Yeah, not a strong month for me, but I'm sure there's something in there for people who haven't experienced these. Definitely. Is Resident Evil 2 Remake is there?
That's right.
That's I mean, that's pretty good for people who haven't experienced that already. Although I can't imagine like there's anybody left.
Hardspace Shipbreaker. I don't know much about that game. I was reading the description on PlayStation Blog when I was writing this up, and I'm like, sounds kind of cool, but maybe I'll check that out. But I would buy it. I wouldn't obviously be. I'm only a PS Plus Essential. Speaking of which, Gafferman wrote in. This is a PSA. Says, hi, CDC. Let's talk Plus Essential and the monthly games that are yours to own as long as you've got an active subscription. What does this mean actually exactly? Is access to all of these games revoked should you let your subscription run out and later subscribe again? Or will you always be able to access them as long as your subscription is active? If the former is true, is there a grace period or is the whole library forever lost? And what's the deal with manually having to add the monthly games to your library? In this day and age, shouldn't a paying customer expect it to be automatic? Thanks. And add witty sign off here. Thank you, Gafferman, for writing in. So let's work backwards. First of all, no one would want those games added to their library automatically. Half the games on PlayStation Plus I don't want, and so I would be annoyed if they added them to my library without me going and asking. I think what used to be, they used to have to go through a much more annoying process to add them to your list than you do now. It's actually just a click, which it wasn't always. So that I don't have so much of a problem with personally. As I understand it, your subscription can lapse and you can get a subscription again. And while you wouldn't be able to use the PS Plus games without the subscription, the games that you had already added to your list would be again available to you in perpetuity. That's as I understand it. I could be wrong. And that was based on experience a long time ago because my PS Plus did lapse at some point and I still have all my PS Plus games. So it's anecdotal, but that's the way it worked for me. And that was years ago at this point because I've stacked up at this point. But so yeah, it means simply that's why I encourage people to just add them to your list. It's like, it's, as I understand, that's just a free game forever as long as you have PS Plus, and you're going to have PS Plus probably if you have PlayStation. So explore it, Gafferman, and be well. All right, my friends, let's get to listener inquiries. It's time to end our show. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Like more than 15,500 of you now are there as monthly paying subscribers. We couldn't do without you. We really, really appreciate it. Oh, wait, did I say 15,000? 13,500. I'm sorry, 13,500. I wish we had 15,500. That'd be awesome.
Is that maybe with the free?
Yeah, that's probably what it is. I hate those numbers. Like,
yeah,
it's fine, but it doesn't really mean anything to me. Like, I think some people use those numbers. I'm talking about paying subscribers. We really appreciate you guys. We just simply wouldn't be able to do these shows without you. So we thank you. And every week in the newsfeed, our various shows often every week we always put a thread into the newsfeed. You respond to it. I take your inquiries. We sprinkle them throughout the episode, and I take some and put them at the end here as well. Jigzone wrote in, said, good afternoon, CDC. I was just wondering if you guys believe that the gaming industry is a bubble that is about to burst, or about to pop, in the near future. We're seeing insane budgets for AAA games and just the insane amount of games getting released per year. Also, the sheer size of games that makes it harder for the average person to play through. Will we see a huge dip in sales or the amount of games that will come? As always, thanks for the great content. Thank you, Jigzone, for writing in. Dustin, is the gaming industry in a bubble? Were we talking about that maybe even a little bit earlier when we were discussing on the unfortunate layoffs at Discord, Twitch, and so on?
Yeah, I think that definitely is the case. I think in terms of like development, not saying that those companies aren't part of the industry. I'm just specifically talking about game budgets and, the ballooning costs. I mean, we saw this firsthand when we talked about the Insomniac leak, where you can release an insanely successful, high-selling game like Spider-Man 2 and still need layoffs and be asked to cut things back. And so the question that I have that's, people in development could speak better on this way better than we could, is just like, where is a lot of that money going? Why is it so expensive now? Is it simply just a matter of inflation and each person on deck just simply costs a lot more? I'm sure that's part of it. Is there this idea that games need to be bigger in order to be successful? I'm sure that's part of it as well. And so I think we do see some companies making some smart and interesting decisions. Specifically, I always think of Remedy as a team that's making games with sensible budgets and doing really well. Well, I guess we don't know necessarily about Alan Wake 2 sales yet, but at least when I play Alan Wake 2 or when I play Control, it doesn't feel like a game that cost 1/5 the amount of some of these other big AAA games. But I think that's going to be something that, it's something we've been dealing with for years. We bring up that Sean Layden quote all the time where he talked about this. And you see teams, again, that Insomniac leak where they discuss the idea of releasing Spider-Man 3 in 2 parts to try to glean more capital off of it. And that's the thing too, is that talking about maybe raising the price of games as well. I would say that that's probably the last ditch effort that they would want to do. But I just wonder if there are ways that things can be cut down, made more realistic, and that developers would see that it isn't necessarily about having the biggest, longest game ever. It's about a quality. Yeah, it's about what you do with it. That quality end-to-end experience.
Yeah. What do you think? No cut content.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think it feels like we're in it definitely feels like it. It definitely feels like something's got to give at some point. It definitely feels like we're in this weird kind of position where, things are getting expensive. It's getting expensive to create these things. There's also the weird aspect of the argument too that I hadn't really considered or thought that much about, which is like how much of what percentage of like you figure a console is like $500, right? On the max end, you're probably never going to see a $600 console again. Probably, maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Historically, that's not been the case for a while. So you have to wonder, like, at what point does it become justifiable for a consumer to spend a sizable percentage of the cost of a machine on an individual game? Like at what point do video games become $100 and it's like, God damn, that's a fifth of the console. And then maybe it gets even higher and higher. And then you're like, oh, how does this work? And how is that going to affect the consumer? And how does that end up affecting the games that we play? Ultimately, I think we're just spending too much money on games. I think we're spending too much money on developing unnecessary things. We're over designing the shit out of them, and that's leading to a lot of games feeling bloated. I feel like there's really not a lot of danger, and I think maybe downsizing a little bit in what we're expecting out of these properties and what we're expecting out of these individual pieces of software, as long as it results in a sustainable model of entertainment where we're still getting great stuff. I don't think that's impossible to do. I just think it's going to take a lot of readjusting, and provided that everything doesn't crash around us, maybe that'll happen soon. I don't know.
Well, I'm fascinated by this idea that, and this is just the way capitalism works, but that everyone makes their bets and then only so many people can recover on those bets. And I think and I'm sure this level of math in a much more sophisticated way is being done at big companies right now in the industry, but it's like if you took all of the bets that people are making, that you assume people are making and investing right now, and then you played it out over a calendar, and you overlaid it like reasonable buying habits of a gaming industry and a gaming public, right? You would realize that there are so many people that simply are going to eat shit because it doesn't match up. There's way too much coming out. There's way too much in development. And I'm telling you guys right now, and you guys had already spoke about this in a sense, is just, there is a problem at the nexus of time and money where you were saying we're spending too much on games in some respect, Chris. Like I feel, what happened? What?
No. I got like a really distressing email, but it was just a spam.
Oh, okay.
It's like, you're going to die.
Your family is dead.
Yeah, your family died. Call me.
No. Where I feel like you were making the argument that we are spending too much money. I think as a gaming public, we're actually not spending enough money on the games.
Oh, no. I don't mean the consumer.
Oh, okay. Oh, you mean like the developer?
I mean literally like on literally like the production of games. I feel like there's a lot of costs that really don't need to be there, that are really overexpended. They're just, I mean, we see this in the games that we play. It's just like they're so bloated, and you often think like even just Suicide Squad, like 9 years on this, and then they couldn't even like figure out how to make the UI work. Like why? How do you spend 9 years and that much money on something, and then the UI is still a mess? Like clearly there's money not being allocated to the right places. Clearly there's a deep issue with mismanagement. There's a deep issue of like maybe developers exploding in size when they really don't need to, and then that leads to layoffs and then all sorts of things. It's all because like what, we need to see the peach fuzz on Aloy's face. Like, come on, like it's not. We're reaching too far for things that aren't really necessary to the experience of a great game.
Well,
that's really.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, you see that with Nintendo, dude. Like Nintendo, like those games aren't like graphical powerhouses. They aren't like you can't see Mario's fucking larynx like every time he's shouting "Wahoo!" You know, and that's and they're still making a shit ton of fucking money off that shit because people like good software at the end of the day. And I don't know. I'm focusing a lot on graphics here, which is not necessarily the point. It's just to highlight the fact that like I think we could get better games for less money, like significantly less.
Well, this connects with what you're saying, connects really nicely with what my final point would be, I guess, on this subject, Chris, which would be, and we're already seeing it, is that there are going to be a series of hucksters in our industry and around our industry that suggest that the solution to this problem is AI. Yeah. And I think in some ways, AI, in practical ways, AI is a solution to just certain fundamental things we do at work, calculations and macros and all these different things, right? But these hucksters, these are the same people that go around on social media and say, like, look at this amazing thing, this art I made with AI. And I'm like, you didn't make shit. This has been this has been stealing and synthesizing other people's art, and this is a huge problem. But they're going to use this as leverage and say, like, we can make this cheaper and better, and all it's going to do is make more games. Yeah, and we do not need it. That is when anyone ever that's going to be my big question when we talk about AI on this, and we do it on Sacred Symbols Plus, is why do games have to fall prey to the churn of commoditization like this when there is no need? Because there are so many games that no one is even playing half of them at all. When 17 or 14, whatever, 1,000 games are coming to Steam in 1 year, when 50, 60, 70, like the guy from Nacon, one of the publisher Nacon spoke about this, he's like, dude, there are 50 or 60 games a day on Steam. Like, so in some sense, there are too many people making games. There are too many games coming out. And this will adjust in the fierce fight of capitalism, unfortunately, where some games are going to hit and some aren't. My beloved Immortals of Avium, right? Probably a game that really had no market. I mean, clearly it had no market. Like, there's just nowhere for it to even fit. No one's even ready to hear about it because it doesn't fundamentally fit. Now, imagine how many of these we're going to approach in the years to come.
It's going to be so bad. It's going to be. You think it's bad this year when we got like Rise of Kong or whatever? At least that was made by people. At least those were made by like a group of individual human beings. Like the amount of people who's going to be, I'm going to start my own publisher and I'm just going to ask AI to make garbage. And I'm just going to flood the market with this and make like, 99 cents on, I don't know, Sushi Jumper 2. No human help. People will claim that will be the solution. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Because they think that the problem is there's a cost problem. We have to remove the people making the games. And it's like, no, there's a cost problem. The game doesn't need to exist.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Like, there's a cost problem. 800 games came to NES total.
Yeah. I don't know, man. There's so much to say about AI. I really think it's wildly dystopian that we're giving AI all the power and all the means to be able to do art and all the fun, fulfilling stuff that humans should be doing. And instead, like, it's like, oh, so that we have more time to like sit in the mines and fucking, stock shelves and do all the grunt work. So we're just perpetually unfulfilled. It's really fucking weird that this is where technology is going, but that's, very cool.
Yeah.
Very
well,
epic.
I'm becoming increasingly militant about it myself, and now these companies are starting to get sued for basically theft, which they should be.
Yeah.
Where I don't know if you saw the New York Times sued. It was something like Chat Open AI or ChatGPT or something like that.
Yeah, something like
basically saying like a massive. You've used New York Times as like a massive predicate for the AI logic in your program. Like, and it's theft. You stole our shit, and it's true. And it's not only that, what you said, Chris, about like, why are they doing this to the things that we should be like wanting to do as humans, but why are people celebrating it?
Yeah.
That's what's made me really militant about it. It's not that I'm in this space where it's like, oh, Colin's going to be subsumed and an AI is going to do a podcast one day. It's like, whatever, dude. I'll be fine. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about the human experience. And the idea of an AI, a mechanized machine, stealing people's art and synthesizing it based on word prompts, and then people out there taking credit for it like they made it. It is absurd. Whether it happens or not, and it's clearly going to happen, I'm going to be kicking and screaming. I'm like that person in that Black Mirror episode that doesn't get the implant.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm not going to just accept that we're going to do this to ourselves. It's not to say that, because people are like, oh, what about like, you wouldn't care if a robot built a house. And I'm like, well, a house is a real commodity.
Yeah.
Like, we don't need more games. We need better games, more creative and ingenious games from human minds. And the disconnect in that, that's what bothers me more than the AI itself, is people just wishing it to happen because it doesn't affect them, or that they think that we have this worldview where it's like, well, I wouldn't care if it happened to you. And it's like, well, I don't want you to lose your job no matter what. I am totally wary of this. But it's weird that we would take the humanities, the root word being human, not math, or something that a machine does where the answer is the same every time. It's different. How do people not know that? How do people not know that? It's fucking different. It's just different. A reality, like a universal truth that would be found the same way every time, is the antithesis of a piece of art. Like it's so fucking bizarre, dude.
Yeah.
Anyway, I digress.
You don't need to convince me.
Yeah, I know. Brandon Martin wrote in, said, hey, SS, can't call us that. Best Buy has begun its purge of physical movies at their stores. Rumors of Walmart removing all disc-based media from stores are ramping up. Alan Wake 2 had no physical release. Is it truly the end? As someone who sells their new games quickly after beating, I can't afford to play new games in this environment. What are your thoughts? Well, my first thought is that that's unfortunate for you. I do wonder, though, if that will benefit you if there are fewer published physical games and there's a lower market, then there might be more demand for those that are being sold by people that still want to buy them. So that could benefit you in the long run. But Dustin, I wanted to know, revisit this, which we talked about in the fall, but I do find it weird that Alan Wake 2 didn't have a physical release. Like, what's that all about? What do you think about that? Like, what did they ever say? Like, what the point of that could be? They have plenty of money, dude. I fund the publishing of Lily Mo's games. I'm sure they can figure it out and fund them themselves. What do you think?
Yeah, it is weird, and it's a question that we really can't know the answer to, but I wonder if that was part of what hurt the sales of that game. It is just that it wasn't available to people that go and look at games when they're grocery shopping at Walmart or something. The people that aren't plugged in. I think that having that presence on the shelf really does mean something. And the case with Best Buy is really interesting, and Brandon mentions this. It's not games right now. They still are having physical games at Best Buy, but CDs and movies are going away, which has also been really interesting to see, because it's at this weird fluctuation point where physical media people are getting more outspoken, and you do see instances where when they released Oppenheimer on 4K, it sold out and people were waiting for the next round because they couldn't buy it. So clearly there is some kind of demand. And I think the market on that will change. You see companies like Criterion Collection, where there's these more smaller, high quality physical releases. And I think that's cool. Games, though, I think there is a large amount of people like Brandon that play games, and buying a game, playing it, and then selling it is part of their economy of playing games, and that's important. And even when we looked at, what was it in the Insomniac files, where certain games like Spider-Man sold incredibly well on disc. Now, granted, that was a few years ago, and things change rapidly, but I do wonder about Alan Wake, and if there's other games that we're going to see soon that could skip out on a physical release, and how that will affect them. The Alan Wake 2 question is a huge one for me, but Walmart removing all disc-based media, I really don't think so. I feel like they're one of the last bastions of places that have lots, and maybe they're not seeing the return, but certainly if they do make a switch, I don't think they're going to be getting rid of games. I think games will stick around for the time being in these big box stores, with maybe movies going away. But there's still, even if it is much smaller, there's still, I would say, a sizable demand.
I wonder what they're going to do with all this extra space. Like, these Best Buys look like communist mausoleums when you walk into them now, with like, you know, like all of this empty space. I don't understand. I wonder if they're going to, like, Best Buy doesn't need spaces like this anymore if they're not going to sell discs. Remember, the whole center of the store back in the day was like CDs and shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
I don't know. I think it's disappointing because I would like there to be the option just for stuff that's exceptional. Like I don't buy a ton of physical media, but like I do buy physical media of the stuff that I think is really, I don't know, important. So like I got that Oppenheimer thing for sure. Like I was like, yeah, I'm definitely going to want to watch this movie again. And I don't want to have to worry about like what streaming service it's available on. And Alan Wake 2 is weird because I was like, that was basically my game of the year that year. And I thought specifically like, I kind of want this. Like, this is one of those games that was like, I want this physically. Like I would have actually went out and bought it again, I think, just to have the physical copy, because it was that enthralling to me. So I don't know. I hope that it sticks around for the foreseeable future, but I do worry that maybe they're just not seeing the return on investment that they need to deem it a worthy expense for the store, for the stores, plural. Because I very rarely buy physical media, and if I do, it's certainly not in stores. You know, it's usually on Amazon or something.
Right.
So
right.
it's I don't know. It's unfortunate.
Hold on, it's like,
oh,
I had a yell at Treble real quick.
oh.
I don't know if it's working or not.
What's going on with the dogs?
She just barks at like things that pass by or whatever, and usually you just have to say her name really loudly. Like just you know, and she'll
Before we started recording, Holly was laying on the couch trying to start, like she was going to take a nap, and Frisk was going nuts. So I picked her up. She proceeded to bark. Like I could feel her lips brush against my ear as she barked. It was very rude.
Yeah, little dogs are so funny because they're working with such little mental power that it's the same thing with my dogs, where you just can't convince them of certain things. Like there's just no convincing them that there's nothing happening the next time it happens. It's like they'll just be right back to where they were again.
Mm-hmm.
It's so strange.
Yeah,
but it is what it is. All right. Joseph Jury wrote in, said, "Hey guys, last episode you all agreed that the Horizon MMO would certainly come to PS5. However, based on the developer's history, it makes a lot of sense for a game like this to be mobile and PC only, at least at launch. Look at the MiHoYo games, Black Desert Online, and games like Tower of Fantasy. All of these titles were massive successes before they ever touched a console ecosystem. Also, remember that anime Aloy already exists, as she was a platform-exclusive character in Genshin Impact. Keep up the great work, lads. And can we maybe get an old man podcast consisting of Dagon, Gene, and Cog sometime? That seems like it would be a good time. I think that they did with me a Constellation episode or two, Joseph, so you should check that out. But I want to say this. I want to underline this. If they're stupid enough to release a Horizon game and not put it on PlayStation, then it's going to fail. Because that has to be where it resonates from. I understand the point you're making, but it doesn't mean that there can't be a first for this. Remembering, of course, that, and I dug it up, is that NCSoft signed an agreement with Sony way back in the day to make PS3 games and actually PS2 games, and PSP, and it never came to fruition. It would be kind of unbelievable, right, Chris, if they released the Horizon MMO and it wasn't on PlayStation?
Yeah, there is history to suggest, like, I get what he's saying, and who knows, maybe there could be an argument to the idea of like, hey, listen, MMOs are by their very nature kind of a little bit volatile. You got to figure things out. Maybe there's like a live service element to it where it's like you want to iron out the kinks, maybe, and maybe that would be a good place to iron out the kinks before you put it on your premier console, like just so you have a definitive version of this Horizon MMO for PlayStation users. Finally, now that it's out of the ecosystem of just PC, like maybe that's potentially possible. I could see the reasoning for that, but like you said, that just because that's their history doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't a first time for everything. And I could see at this point in time, given Sony's strategy, and we're seeing it kind of play out with Helldivers now, but like you have to presume it will play out with. My assumption is that Fair Games and Concord will be similar, where those are going to come to PC as well. And I don't see why they wouldn't double down on this strategy with something like Horizon, which is really popular on PlayStation specifically. Like it just, if I were a betting man, I would say that, yeah, the history says otherwise, but I would bet that this is coming to PlayStation day and date probably.
Yeah.
And if not day and date, very, very minimal delay.
I think it has to be, just because the examples he used, it's like, okay, Tower of Fantasy and Black Desert and all these, but they're not PlayStation games. Like
Right,
none of those have an association with a piece of hardware. It's totally different. And it would be shocking to me. Now, it is true, Dustin, we did note this, that the kind of the shoe leather reporting that was done around this, that was kind of impressive, about people connecting this leaked art to the code name of the game, to these things in South Korea that are being posted. Do note that the platforms for Project Skyline don't indicate PlayStation 5, which could indicate that it's truly not coming to PS5. But my opinion on that is that would just simply be to obscure what it was, since there was this rumor percolating that this was happening for a long time. So it would just be unbelievable for me to think that they would do something like that, because I don't. Could it survive without PlayStation? I guess maybe it could. I just don't know how or why.
Yeah. Well, Joseph brings up, look at these 3 examples and how they were successful off console. And it's like, well, yeah, but Sony is involved with this game directly. It's their IP and they're working very closely. So they've seen the success of these other games on and off their platform. And they're saying, we want all of that now when it comes out on console, on mobile, on PC, whatever. It just, those are good examples of other successes, but this is Sony directly involved and they're gonna want it for their console. I mean, I can't see any reason why they wouldn't put it directly on the console when those other games have been so successful. If it was a totally different thing where they were making some kind of game that necessarily wouldn't make sense for a console audience, like whatever their other mobile initiatives are, maybe they are something that they make, but with those games that they're making that are like it, doing so well on console, yeah, they're going to have it there at launch for sure.
Yeah, well, Joseph, we'll find out who's right in the near future, noting that they haven't even really acknowledged the existence of this game per se.
Right.
Although they did release their statement of understanding with each other or whatever. I'm excited to see. And we were noting, like, is it going to have an anime style? I think that would be really, really nice and really, really cool, and could revolutionize Horizon in some way, which would be so interesting, because Horizon is already so popular. But I do understand this argument of being like, is it the avatar of games where so many people played it, sold all these copies, but no one can really talk very much about it. I feel that way sometimes as well. Like, I love the game. I love those games, and it's actually not so much about the characters. It's really about the world and the lore,
right,
more than anything else.
So very Avatar.
Yeah, indeed. The first 10 minutes of Avatar is the best. Dylan Michael wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Trio. Last week's discussion on your disappointment towards Insomniac's future games made me think, do I and you 3 have unrealistic desires towards new IP? I agree with you 3 that I'd like to see AAA studios keep making new worlds, but financially it doesn't make much sense. How would you 3 handle it if you were in charge? Personally, I'd let my big studios make a new IP, allow one sequel, much like Valve, and then hand the IP to a smaller studio within the family. If Bluepoint could be a remake studio, then maybe there can be some studios that specialize in sequels. Thanks, y'all." Well, this was kind of the argument I made in some sense, Dustin, about The Last of Us Online, where I was like, you could sprout a new team where it's like, these 10 guys are going to leave, and they're like the heart and soul of Naughty, like they have the heart and soul of Naughty Dog, and they're going to make this corollary studio that just exists to support this game. I don't mind that kind of idea at all, but I think the problem we have, Dylan, and I won't speak for the guys, but is there's nothing new coming out. It's not that it's like, oh, they're making a sequel to something or whatever. I don't mind that. I actually think a trilogy is a perfect game kind of approach to big, meaty adventures. The Uncharted trilogy, the Resistance trilogy, the Killzone trilogy, and so on and so forth. It's like, yeah, this is good shit. And then you move on. And that used to take a generation. I think the problem is that these games just take way longer. So it's amazing that the Uncharted games were made in 2 years each. I mean, that's so crazy when you think about it. I mean, I don't even understand how that happened, when really it would take that long to between all of them, their entire dev time between the three of them would be the next Uncharted game probably. So I just think that these bets have to be made very carefully, remembering, of course, that without something new percolating, you'll eventually get to a point where you're so stagnant and dependent on old things that you cannot pivot because it will take too long. So you always have to have something new sprouting up. But Chris, and let's begin with you, I guess, on this. They do have some new stuff. Fair Games, Concord, and so on. But I want to see new stuff from Insomniac, and that they're basically indentured now to Marvel. Sucks. I will underline that. I hate it. And it annoys me.
Yeah, it's not even necessarily that, because this is within specifically the context of the Insomniac leak, which kind of basically, like you just said, forecasted their entire future as a Marvel studio. Which, technically Wolverine is a new IP, technically, but it's also a new IP born of something that's kind of existing already, and that's it's disappointing to know that we won't get anything truly new from Insomniac for 50 years is what it fucking feels like.
2038, I guess, right? Was what we knew everything
dude, in internet years, that's might as well be that's an eternity. So I don't know. That's really the problem that I have. It's not necessarily that, because there's, like I said, like Wolverine is technically a new IP. It's not even about that. It's about the fact that it's like, I want something from them. You know what I mean? Something from them that they made, that they nurtured and tested and wrote and rewrote and figured out, that isn't based on something external. And, I echo a lot of what you said, where like, I think trilogies are great. I think a big problem is just the dev time, where it's like, if God of War takes 5 years and the sequel takes 5 years, that used to be, dude, when they made 5 Halo games in that amount of time. And that's 2 God of War games, it's upsetting in some way, because you really only have maybe 2 games in you before you're really stagnant and being like, we got to move the fuck on at this point. So I don't know. I'm always beating the drum for a new IP. How I would handle it is like, I think actually, honestly, for all of the ire going on over on the Xbox side, I feel like Obsidian and Tango are doing a really, really good job of this, of just making like these really enjoyable, kind of not incredibly expensive, but still kind of unique and interesting smaller games for people to kind of bite and get a look at. I think Pentiment is a great example. I think what is it? Hi-Fi Rush and Ghostwire Tokyo, I think were really fun. Like I want more of that, I guess, more experimentation of stuff that isn't necessarily proven, but has like some interesting ideas that come from the studio that don't take $500 million to make.
And people are really amped about Avowed. It looks like we're going to see that fairly imminently, and we'll talk about that.
I'm super interested in, honestly, a lot of stuff they got cooking, like presumably, like if they can nail it, like a lot of that stuff is interesting to me, because it's all new, with the exception of maybe obviously the Hellblade sequel and Fable, which I'm immensely curious about, because that's coming from that could be a potential guerrilla moment for them, where they have like a studio that's known for doing one thing and doing something completely different. But yeah, I just want smaller, more unique, less expensive things to come out, because I think you get some interesting experimentation out that way.
Anything you want to add, Dustin?
Just that I understand maybe the unrealistic expectations, like we can't have all these new IP, and and in the case of Insomniac, it's, they're making some safe choices, big money makers, games that people love. But at the same time, you have to consider sounds super corporate-y, but the brand, the future of the brand of PlayStation, right? You have to sow the seeds of new IP that you can build your brand on in the future, because eventually no IP stays insanely relevant forever, right? Mm-hmm. And you have to introduce new things. They introduced Horizon last generation, and it was huge. Now that there's going to be, there's 2 Horizon games, a VR game, an MMO, all kinds of stuff. And eventually they'll need to give that up too. And they need to start to put out something that can be big later. Something like Ghost of Tsushima is a great example of something that they put out that was new, ambitious, and totally different from anything that studio made, and it really worked out. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Aside from what you think about the quality of the game, Days Gone did not succeed in creating a new pillar for PlayStation. And sometimes that's going to happen. But if you don't take any chances at all, then we're going to be stuck with Kratos and Aloy and, these same types of things over and over again. So
Ellie.
the risk is worth taking, I think. This comes back into our previous conversation about budgets being so high that, it sucks that they need to make these risks, but the risks are greater than ever at the same time. So it's figuring out, again, that balance.
Yeah. Just forget all this mess.
Forget all that bullshit.
That's what Jim Ryan says.
Yeah. Just forget
all this IP.
I hold a controller like this.
Yeah, I think the only IP that can be like beaten to the ground in perpetuity are ones that are fundamentally understood to be that way. So Madden, Call of Duty, even potentially, Gran Turismo, shit like that, where it's like, you can just make these forever. But because you're not going to reinvent, there's no concept at the center of Gran Turismo that's going to change what it is. It just needs to get better and better and better. But that's not typical of games. Like, you need to reinvent the wheel in some way.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned about, it's like, I was trying to think about it like a pie chart almost, where you would want like a quarter of your teams to always be working on something new. And then like the next quarter would be working on like the second game. The third quarter would be working on like the third game, and so forth in their respective lanes, so that you always have this churn of something new. And I think that they'll argue, and we'll probably end up seeing, is like, we do have something new. And we talked about Fair Games and Concord, but it's like, you better hope that those connect, because if that's really what you are aiming at, we're talking more about like, what was the last time we got when was the last time we got a new real AAA single player IP? Returnal is barely it. I would think that it's like Horizon in 2017, right? When you really think about it, The Last of Us is older, Uncharted's older, God of War is older. Yeah. It's time. Like it does feel a little stale, in my opinion.
And Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh, Ghost of Tsushima. Okay, so there we go. 2020. Ghost of Tsushima. There we go. Let's just forget all this mess. Matt Millard wrote in and said, "Hey guys, I hope you're doing well. Why does it feel like you guys at LSM in general are down on Spider-Man 2? I don't think it got any mention in the top 10 list in the first Summon Sign episode, and the mention of it in the second episode of Summon Sign in reference to the Discord top 10 list received groans and distaste. Yet it's universally acclaimed everywhere else. At the time of typing this up, it was nominated for 9 awards, which is the most of any game at the DICE Awards, including Game of the Year. It is my personal 2023 Game of the Year, and it just feels like it's criminally underrated here." Dustin, do you want to speak on this?
Well, I can't speak to episode 2 that Chris was on, so I'll leave the groans to him. But we don't hate Spider-Man 2 at all. No. And we acknowledged and talked a lot of great things about it. There's this, it's so frustrating sometimes about if you are critical or even feel like you're too critical, then it means you don't like something at all. It's so annoying. So I guess I understand. It's like, oh, well, they didn't put it in the top 10. It's like, no, but a game can still be good or even great and not be part of our top 10. I think in particular for the three of us outside of Chris, Spider-Man doesn't really speak to us like most general audience does right now. Spider-Man's huge, and I like Spider-Man, and I'm sure Colin likes him too, but particularly with Spider-Man 2, it's like, we had some critiques about this recent one, and then Chris, so did Chris. Yeah. So I guess you can take it or leave it if you don't like what we've had to say about it. There's no inherent thing that's like, oh, last stand, we've made the decision to not like Spider-Man 2. This comes back to the thing with Destin. It's like, okay, if everyone else liked it, Game of the Year for everyone else, cool. That's not going to change what we think about it. We're never going to be anything but authentic about our own opinions. Yeah. So anyway, Chris, you hate Spider-Man 2 because you.
Yeah, I hate it. Yeah, I couldn't stand it. Actually, now I think I liked it. It's not in my top 5 of the year, for sure. You know, like but there's plenty of games like. I liked Starfield, and it's not in my top 5 of the year. Like last year was a really good year. There's a lot of good shit coming out, and even just like the stuff that I've been playing from previous years, I've been doing a lot of catch up as well. So I don't know, Spider-Man 2. It's a fun game. It's good. It's just and we went into some of the criticisms of pacing and certain decisions in the spoiler cast that I won't necessarily belabor, but. It is a game that, as I've thought about it more, I've come away with like more critiques on and just kind of more. I don't know. It doesn't live as fondly in my memory as Spider-Man 1 did, for a number of reasons. But like, I think it's the way they handled certain narrative beats, the way they handled certain villains. Even just thinking about like, oh yeah, there's no real rational reason in Spider-Man 2 why Venom is even called Venom at all. Like that's never, it's just kind of his name. and there's like a really long explanation as to why that's his name in the comics and even in the TV shows and in other mediums, but it makes no sense there. And it's interesting that that's kind of an oversight and little things like that. Like, so I've come away with it. I've soured a little bit on it, but it's still like a really great game. I had a great time finishing it. I platinumed it, which is like the highest praise that I can give of something that as long as it's, we're talking about gameplay, I thought it was great. But, everybody likes everything to different degrees. And, I spent a lot of time on Summon Sign episode 2 talking about how much I loved Grand Theft Auto 4. And a lot of write-ins were just like, it's the worst. And I'm like, yeah, it's just how it goes. People have different interpretations.
I agree. And to speak especially to what you were saying, Dustin, about just the frustration of people just not hearing you or just willingly misinterpreting what you're saying to the point where everything has to be the best ever, the worst thing ever. And yes, it wasn't in my top 10 last year. Like Chris said, the really strong year for games last year. But it was almost there. And I also said, like, I platinumed it as well. And I really enjoyed playing it. I had a great time with it. I thought it was fun as hell. I just liked other games more, and I will give it up to it in terms of its production value, and the combat's pretty good, and the upgrading is fun. And I did say that Sandman intro is really one of the dopest moments in action games, like that whole sequence in like the history of action games. I think that scene is just so awesome. But I don't know how to sufficiently give praise to games to make people understand that there's like such a big gradient between the way we feel about things, and that there's the line of acceptability in my mind is way below Spider-Man 2. Like, yeah, come on, man. All right. Finally, Sean McGuire wrote in, instead of saying "take care, guys" at the end of the episode, can Chris instead say, "Sean, you're doing great and I'm proud of you"? It's always comforting at the end, but this would also be great. Can you remember to do that, Chris?
I'll try to remember. All right. But I will likely forget.
Okay. Well, let's wrap up the show now and see how good your memory is.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. I totally forgot.
All right. That's it. That's the end of the episode. That was a good episode. I feel energized. I thought that was a good conversation about many different topics. I hope people enjoyed it out there. Thank you for supporting us. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye. Chris, goodbye to you.
Goodbye. I'm stoked about this live show, man. I'm really excited.
Yeah, me too. Again, that's why I don't have it up anymore. It's March 24th in New York City. We'll have more specific details about it soon. Sacred Symbols 300 episode. It's a 300 celebration, I should say. Yeah. It's not going to be the 300th episode. All right. Yeah. I'm excited about that too.
Thankfully.
Dustin.
Yeah, the live show's good. Yeah, the 300 celebration. I mean, Colin listed the other reasons, but putting out the live video of 200 within 48 hours, not ideal. And I think the celebration too, like you said, it will open us up to do, I think, some different stuff for this live show. We're changing things up a little bit. We're figuring it out. But it's going to be great. And yeah, this is a fun episode. And yeah, thank you.
I don't know if you guys saw today. It's a good day for me because after 24 years, Bill Belichick, the famous coach of the New England Patriots, who has tormented me for so many years, is I guess amicably left the team. So I woke up to great news today, although sad news for Micah. Although I'm really excited for her because she's been a Patriots fan for so long, but has never experienced like the real joy, in quotes, of a new coach new GM, new QB. So I want to shout out all those NFL fans out there. So much interesting news happening as we go into the playoff weekend, the first playoff weekend. But I appreciate you guys joining me today. Good to see you guys and good to be with all of you out there. Appreciate your support on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Free feeds, of course, and leave us nice reviews. You can buy merch at laststandmedia.store. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, Sean.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.